Chapter 2169. Cannot bear to look straight. Chapter 2169. Cannot bear to look straight. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong, but the boundless Big Dipper fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect seventh transformation, it was also impossible to make Ao be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Ao's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochun napped the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, "If I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, the power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times, even several times of the original." What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also 2 freakies. Plus this kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, "This kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but has already been lost long ago." This emperor saw before just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records. Yi Yuan's method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the Aou beneath his feet and said coolly, "There is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening? You're unable to even force out my true strength. Just this bit of strength, and you also want to kill me?" Aou's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet? Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Long Zheng had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. Aou wanted to kill him. He naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Aou also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon Stronghold produced 2 peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the Dragon Origin Crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born yet. If he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the Heavenly Dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If Aou went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to Toe, 3rd Firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a 4th Firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know a 4th Firmament Empyrean versus a 3rd Firmament Empyrean. It was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the Mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elites. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted 2 sons of the Heavenly Dragon, he ran into Long Seven unexpectedly. Long Seven did not withdraw out of the Mist battlefield. He was only defeated by Aou and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for dragon origin crystals again. When Long Seven saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold, and he said haughtily, "It's you, this COCKY fellow. Get lost, otherwise die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more COCKY than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the dragon origin crystal leisurely. Long Seven's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Take another step forward, and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot." Long Seven did not know, but the face of the Long Ziefeng outside turned green. In the Mist battlefield, however big the commotion of 2 people's fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long Seven was completely unaware that the Aou who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long Seven who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating A.R.S. Enoch being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Aochi also could not resist mocking. Long Ziefeng, Long Seven is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain. "Oh, right. You said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our purple dragon stronghold. Now, it's time for you to be arrogant." The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Ziefeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long Seven to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long Seven still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long Seven gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given, "Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me. Dragon, tyrannical, evanescent slaughter." Long Seven had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Aou. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long Seven flying. Long Seven fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. "This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter?" Long Seven's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long Seven did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken. What strength could he have? But now he discovered that he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, "You should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see." Contempt. Blatantly looking down. Long Seven was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? "Punk, since you want to die, then I'll send you off." Long Seven's gaze turned cold, the spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Ziefeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long Seven's body was smacked, flying out once more like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long Seven to withdraw out of the Mist battlefield safely. Chapter 2170 Divine Lightning Devastation. Chapter 2170 Divine Lightning Devastation. Sigh. You shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan. Seeing Long Seven, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long Seven endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, "How can this fellow be so strong?" Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile, "Strong? Atavism, dragon soul. Perfect seventh transformation. A secret art to contract his strength. Can he not be strong? Aou provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot already. For you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him." Long Seven had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble, posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield currently. He was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time." Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and imped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now, not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time. He even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point, looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so CKY. Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him. This Sons of the Heavenly Dragons #1 person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses. Only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, KY is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact. Is that so? Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell. Making a move at a word of disagreement. Die. Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, and with a backhand, it was a grand universe palm. Bang! The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly, he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outsideward, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, body could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand. It was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Of course not. Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon walking until now. Some people's strengths were even stronger than the AOU after evolving. But even so, body could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. It could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon Stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how Aou awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time, because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan, who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill to actually be able to block my transient Heavenly Dragon hand with the Grand Universe palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow! You're getting a little serious. It's just that I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said, "Coolly, you'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon, spirit, appeared behind him. It was dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than Aou's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of MT tide bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly. True transient Heavenly Dragon, hand firing out fiercely. Bang! Two forces dissipated with a loud bang, returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient Heavenly Dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient Heavenly Dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. This is the strength after you get serious? It's also nothing much. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then." It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up. Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to AG. Oh, crack! 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 Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious. The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper Fist. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens, not within the 5 elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on Earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently." At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly, and their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in 1,000,000. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. Chapter 2171. Stomping Heaven's Chosen Underfoot. Chapter 2171. Stomping Heaven's Chosen Underfoot. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient." What? This still isn't all of his strength? When Long Zifeng heard this, his eyes almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation. Without heaven-defying talent, there was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1,000,000 years. Not one of. His talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally, they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect 7th transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochun did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore, because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. "Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm. Didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent?" Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, "Who told you that I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability?" Long Yuan's expression changed, but then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him. All of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic Dragon Dominating S. P.A.C. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaochun seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, "Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.C.? It sounds like it's very bada. SS. Is it very impressive?" Heretic Dragon Dominating S. P.A.C. It's actually Heretic Dragon Dominating S. P.A.C. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right? Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise, "My God! The first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually heretic dragon dominating SPC. A heavenly emperor cried out strangely, I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters. There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tanya's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied Long Xiaochun, a very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability, compared to heretic dragon dominating SPC, is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating SPC. Heretic dragon dominating SPC is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan. Long Xiaochun sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise, so incredible? Yi Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability. Morningstar said in surprise, so that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating SPC, he can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least rank 6 and above. Hearing Morningstar's A Lysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that in a blink of an eye, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation, plus essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, two people, were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger. Hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly he took a step out. Roar! The spirit of the true dragon gave an Estonese. H-I, plussing roar. Dragon claw, virtually synchronizing with Yi Yuan. It stepped onto the void. Bang! This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The S-P-A-C of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist sprang out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated, the true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down from above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent, so-called pride? Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. He was unwilling. He was unresigned. All of a sudden, the heavenly dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a CLU's tur of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise, one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Chapter 2172, Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Chapter 2172, Long Yuan's True Trump Card. Second Awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Ha ha ha, really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the heavenly dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the heavenly dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already ill. U.S. trotted that his talent was a stonies. H.I. plussing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the heavenly dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the battle of dragon sons this time. It's still Long Yuan who wins by a notch in the end. A heavenly emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that Long Yuan awakened a second time. He probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in FLU's tur and exasperation. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until. Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Very well. I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm waiting. Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, You must think that divine lightning devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you, unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine abilities skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning. Lightning see again, but this time it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements, law pervaded the air. 5-colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious. A grand sight, but behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements, divine punishment, heavenly lightning, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the immortal Grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements, heavenly tribulation. 5 elements, heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven, shocking the world. At the outside world was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a 3rd innate divine ability. 5 elements, divine punishment, heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, it can virtually stand on par with lightning ancestor. Truly broadened my horizons today. These 2 great geniuses are truly each Morristones. I plussing than the other. Although they were all heavenly emperor powerhouses, in front of sons of the heavenly dragon, especially in front of sons of the heavenly dragon like Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heaven-span world trembled. 5 elements, divine punishment, heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each Pa-S Sing Day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent heavenly emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha! Really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon heaven-span world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly, Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the no long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Ha ha, Lord Morningstar. It wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding it. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yi Yuan. It's Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons. Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces towards such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's strength would definitely scale new heights. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yi Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye, he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Now he awakened a second time. It could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment, you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements, heavenly lightning, divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yi Yuan's life and death, only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. Lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yi Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yi Yuan used heretic dragon dominating see this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation to Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning, just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochun could determine just how perilous Yi Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yi Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yi Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yi Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. Yes, what moved was only his lips. Chapter 2173. Your realm is unimaginable. Chapter 2173. Your realm is unimaginable. Immobilize. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second, the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, 5-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan, everything was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing, 5-colored lightning snakes, all of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head, just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold, instantly being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time SPAC was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan, only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just said. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning, was broken. At the outside world, all of the Heavenly Emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's one immobilized word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? 5 elements, divine, punishment, heavenly lightning was broken just like this. Could it be? At this time, Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, "Time freeze," which is also immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the Heavenly Emperor's faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze. This is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain range. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability. Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago, he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this Astones. Plussing divine ability. One breath. Very short. Very, very short. Fleeting. But this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things, such as breaking the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch, powerful until the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, which shocked all of the heavenly emperors, was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him. Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? Yes, but Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent said everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, "We all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan, how could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze. This kind of mighty divine ability." In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly, in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. You. How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This is impossible. This is impossible. Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said coolly, "You can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm, you're unable to imagine it. That's all." Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach. Impossible. I'm a genuine dragon. How can I possibly be inferior to you? This half-human, half-dragon, lowly life form. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now, he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind, "Immobilize." Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly. The word immobilize was spat out of his mouth again. One word leaving the mouth. Even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan no idea how many times already. Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm. Not good! Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan. Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield and actually directly smashed Time Freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his Time Freeze was impressive, in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First, Firmament, Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want to freeze for a breath of time. In the end, Time Freeze only mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in Heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of Heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. Chapter 2174 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. Chapter 2174 100 Pieces of Dragon Origin Crystals. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white, with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon, who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before, actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochun had a look of delight, coming up to greet. Yi Yuan, this young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, bringing Long Xiaochun and landing on the platform. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Senior doing so, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that, taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be, me? To dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this? Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released. So he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's two eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my dragon clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my dragon clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society? Hoo-hoo, what a fine pillar of society." Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger. Wisconsin H. Aye. Plus ing to find a hold in his ground to tunnel into. The other sons of the heavenly dragon also lowered their heads, one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely Troz. H. Plus, Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you? You're merely... Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere and spoke out, berating. "Shut up!" Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half human race bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements, divine punishment, heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the Dragon Clan's own people. Isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red, being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Power's Heavenly Dragon Mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. This kid was not simple. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in a million years. Killing him is a pity. Speak, this emperor can promise you a condition." The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. "No matter how great your talent was, before growing up, you were also merely a junior. On what basis? How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but a major power sealed in the abyss that places existences. Each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. "I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals," Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? No. He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed, and he said, "What do you want so many dragon origin crystals for? With your current strength, the dragon origin crystal that you refine in the mist battlefield is already the limit." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way! Dragon origin crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure. Only heavenly dragons and sons of the Heavenly Dragon can use. Even the various strongholds dragon lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing dragon origin crystals out or giving them to others to use. One had to know this dragon origin crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that dragon origin crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it here. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You? Here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak dragon origin crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, "There's naturally no issue," but Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No, but if I can't refine 100 pieces, this matter will be considered dropped like this." Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once, Morningstar nodded his head and said, "Okay, but act within your capability." But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, 100 pieces? Stuff yourself to death." The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yi Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of dragon origin crystals. Any more, and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated dragon origin crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Haha, so arrogant. I want to see how many dragon origin crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, dragon origin crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yi Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a dragon origin crystal, and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the origin dragon energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted dragon origin crystals was that Yi Yuan also saw the power of heavenly dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification. How could Yi Yuan not be moved? Dragon origin crystals were a specialty product of heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never. Opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of dragon origin crystals, but the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment origin dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. Chapter 2175 Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. Chapter 2175 Divine Steel Injecting Spirit. 16 pieces, 17 pieces, 20 pieces, 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan refined 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yi Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect 7th transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect 7th transformation, right? But how many can the perfect 7th transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies, which one isn't extremely tough, even if it can't compare to the perfect 7th transformation. The difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces, and he'll reach his limits. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yi Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect 7th transformation. That was all. However, along with the quant. 1. Tai refined becoming more and more. Yi Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quant. 1. Ties of origin dragon energy, but the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quant. 1. Ties of dragon origin crystals. When Yi Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expressions started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long 7 looked at Yi Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely, extremely few, because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yi Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals. That was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yi Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces. 32 pieces. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yi Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and denser and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces. 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yi Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect seventh transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect seventh transformation. What it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body. There was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, for this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely the hards. H.I. plus P.S. that he has experienced. Ordinary people can't imagine it at all. Morningstar, they all, these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hards, H.I. plus P.S. that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers. But those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end. While they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor, sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually a very large degree was because there was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid that others are more talented than you. Just afraid that people more talented than you are more hard-working than you. Long 7, your road after today is still long, understand?" Long 7's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, "Long 7 understands." The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces, 83 pieces, 89 pieces, just as everyone was already numbed. Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, finally awakened. "No, wait, this is—" He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure enough, a white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The heavenly dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snakes. Divine steel injecting spirit. This boy, Morningstar opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current ATTI, Toot would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochun had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement, "Divine steel injecting spirit? What is that?" Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, "The heavenly dragon mark is born from the dragon mark monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the dragon mark monument, the dragon mark monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the dragon mark monument has for each awakening is different." Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, "But there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the Dragon Mark Monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you, representing acknowledgement toward you. This is divine steel injecting spirit, and dragons that had obtained divine steel injecting spirit have possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor." Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face, while the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor. That was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several divine steel injecting spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past. The imprint in the heavenly dragon mark was directly wiped away. Ha! I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile, Chapter 2176, leaving. Chapter 2176. Leaving in the deepest parts of the abyss, a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. "What's wrong, boss?" Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, "That kid erased the imprint that you left behind." Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, "This isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind? Unless, that's right. Under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the Dragon Mark Monument." The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What, old? Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark, and he obtained divine steel injecting spirit? This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steel injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamations came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steel injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, "This boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary." The mysterious powerhouse said, "Heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving. Capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heaven-span world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps this boy is where the hope of this era lies." When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in wars. HI+P. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochun alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius. But now he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. A white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said, "Coolly, Senior, now that things are over, this ye takes my leave." Morningstar's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Hold on, you can't go." Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why? Does Senior still have something?" Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly, and he said, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this Emperor's fault. Now, this Emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this Yi still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously, you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind?" The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell, and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtain the divine steel-injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back?" Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this Emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Ha! In the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steel-injecting spirit. Your Heavenly Dragon Mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right?" Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I, Yi Yuan, will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain? Make your move then." At this time, Long Xiaochun suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain." Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Xiaochun, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside." "I'm not moving." Morningstar's 2 eyes narrowed, his finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochun then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochun. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I'll be offending you then." Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steel-injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage Heavenly Emperor that was a supreme level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant, mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The imposing aura on his body withdrew, and he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, leave!" Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back. The Long Yuan, who was originally waiting to watch a good show, could not help dropping his GLA. SSES. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Who is that person?" His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the Heavenly Dragon Mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's item. "One Tai." Morningstar shook his head and said, "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my Dragon Clan's pride." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the Dragon Clan and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression, and he said, "Lord Morningstar letting him go just like that? On his body, there's the Dragon Clan's destiny." Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell, and he yelled coldly, "Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost." Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side obediently. Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time, and Long Tianyu ran out. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. They all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking, if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? Chapter 2177. Is there still a need to compete after another 1,000 years? At the falling Maple Mountain Range in the Middle Realms. This place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain Noris. Plussing everything in the mountain range. On a narrow, winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. "Young master, is elder sister Leah really here?" "That's right. I'd once inquired from Jian Sutao before. Lin Chongqing came from fallen Maple Bodhidharma." "Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong?" Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. "Then, if he harms you—" "He won't dare." This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Lu who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Shao and the rest, and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Shao, Lone Swan, Long Sun, and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, while he brought along Lu and directly came to the Middle Realms' fallen Maple Mountain Range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer. Directly Russ. Plussing up to fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Lier. After the divine steel injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a 2nd Firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into Initial Stage, Middle Stage, and Late Stage. Before reaching the Middle Stage, he would not encounter bottlenecks. But according to the division of Empyrean Realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a 2nd Firmament Empyrean, while his Chaos World also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already. Halt! The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly, Demon Clan's Priest Temple's 2nd Sage and Dragon Clan's Heaven's Chosen Son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Chongqing. When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two please, either one could scare people to death. The demon race's priest temple was one of the demon race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was in existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The priest temple's second sage. What kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the dragon race. Major powers emerged from this clan. It was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, using one's to think they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely at least an Empyrean CLA. SS powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call for this matter. Better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right. What you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that you have an agreement with junior apprentice Brother Chongqing?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right, a life and death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Zheng Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Zhang Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall, to actually dare come to our fallen maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble." Yi Yuan flipped his palm over. A token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Zheng Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, two large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it. Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by GMO back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Zheng Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing, as if in the next instant it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters, but a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game. Ask not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the Demon Clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the Demon Clan's second sage was actually a human. Zhang Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice Brother Chongqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Zheng Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Zheng Yufeng, pays respect to second sage. I wonder how junior apprentice Brother Chongqing offended Lord Second Sage? Yufeng will apologize on his behalf." Behind the second sage stood Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Even if it was Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the Dragon Clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his ident. 1. Tai the moment he came up was in order to make Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with Sacred Ancestor High Priests and the Dragon Clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan said coolly, "There's no need to apologize." More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chongqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract and will not rest until we're dead. Zhang Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Chongqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead. He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, "Since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete?" 1,000 years ago, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm and did not even reach the true G-O-D realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from celestial deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably, when Lin Chongqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Zhang Yufeng naturally did not know this. His brows knitted tightly, and he said unhappily, "Lord Second Sage's status is an, oh, Blee, but you're also looking down on our fallen maple, Bodhidharma, too much, right? With junior apprentice, Brother Chongqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you. Second Sage, 1,000 years later." He felt that this Second Sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Chongqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer." Chapter 2178. You're making me look at this? Chapter 2178. You're making me look at this? Amen? You're saying that Yi Yuan came? When Lin Chongqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan, so he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, "That's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak." Lin Chongqing laughed loudly and said, "This kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right?" However, he dared to covet junior apprentice, Sister Mengli. "I must have him die." Zhang Yufeng's expression became peculiar, and he said in a solemn voice, "Looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said very surely, "He must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet. So why would he come to fallen maple Bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true G-O-D realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years' time, right?" With this, Zhang Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Chongqing, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his ident, 1. Tie and oppressing people by force. Zhang Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Chongqing already left with a loud laugh. "Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson." He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid Imbara set him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him well, How could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen maple Bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen maple Bodhidharma should be on an offset of the Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you it's impossible. Lin Changqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Changqing, recalling back then, when Lin Changqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that. If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Changqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years Pa-es said, Lin Changqing broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Changqing again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. Lin Changqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Changqing laughed coldly and said, What? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well. Finished talking. The aura on Lin Changqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Changqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Changqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid? To actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Changqing, is he tired of living? Lin Changqing's seniority in fallen Maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zhang Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Changqing reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Changqing, he is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Changqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Changqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home and virtually rarely showed face. Before close seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Zhang Yufeng did not expect that now. He actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people were geniuses, then Lin Changqing was the genius among geniuses. He already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Changqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Changqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang, well deserving of being a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. The disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then, and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Changqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Ha ha ha, saw that? Only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to junior apprentice Sister Meng Li. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur. Wanting to contend with a proud eagle too? Now beg me. Maybe. I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Chongqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Zhang Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if Second Sage? So what if the Dragon Clan's heaven's chosen son, junior apprentice Brother Chongqing, was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in 1,000,000 years? Even if Yi Yuan could Serpa S junior apprentice Brother Chongqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice Brother Chongqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice Brother Chongqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, Lin Chongqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now 1,000 years have passed, said, You're just letting me look at this? What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back. Lin Chongqing's face fell slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean? If not for that, the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet. This Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength? Using tricks to mislead people? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amuse. E-M-E-N-T, and he said with a light smile, Then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then. Chapter 2179. What kind of ant you are? Chapter 2179. What kind of ant you are? With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Chongqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Chongqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strong man and a child puss. Plussing each other. The strong man pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Chongqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Chongqing's himself, his ALLS even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You, second firmament Empyrean, how is this possible? Lin Chongqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before, Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true D realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true D realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now, Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. How is this possible? Zhang Yufeng also opened his mouth wide, with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice Brother Chongqing had always been called a monster in fallen maple Bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, I and Lier and you will never be people of the same world. You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Chongqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city. How could he compete with him? This peerless heavens chosen that came from a Bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Empyrean cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years. What realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Zhang Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words when he entered the mountain meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Empyrean realm, or even a late stage Empyrean realm major power, while Lin Chongqing would at most be a third firmament Empyrean. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late stage Empyrean realm, smacking Lin Chongqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together 3 kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Chongqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning intent. Right, I still fused 3 kinds of law powers, even if he is second firmament Empyrean. So what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath. The proud demeanor on his body recovered once more, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Good! Since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward in advance. These words were somewhat shameless. Even Zhang Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later. He wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this, if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, Are you sure? Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, What? Are you scared? Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Lin Chongqing, back then, when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Lier. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes, and also just how powerful Lier's man is. Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Chongqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that by relying on his talent, he would be able to move junior apprentice Sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Lier's heart had never wavered before, and now, Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these 2 people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case, then let's amend the divine soul contract and start the life and death wager now. Lin Chongqing said with a cold sneer, but Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, The ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager? That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together 3 kinds of law powers? Now, I'll stand right here. Unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are. Lin Chongqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death? Ha ha, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank, someone dares to withstand an attack that fused 3 kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Chongqing was no longer his goal. Lin Chongqing's talent compared to Long Yuan was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Chongqing. Killing Lin Chongqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Li was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Li should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Chongqing was Li's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Li and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Chongqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Li. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Chongqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Li. Furthermore, in this world, only he was worthy of Li. Canceling the divine soul agreement, Lin Chongqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die. Lin Chongqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is. Lin Chongqing's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, since her bent on seeking death, I presume that Li won't blame me either. Blue Cloud, True Feather Sword. One sword unleash. H-I plus ing. 3 kinds of power of laws interweave together, virtually slicing S-P-A-C apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, facing this Astonis. H-I plusing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race, without the slightest intention of avoiding. Bang! The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. Chapter 2180, Repeated Blows. Chapter 2180, Repeated Blows. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second Firmament Empyrean. Why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth, cries of exclamations linking up. Really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Chongqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Chongqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third Firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Chongqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Chongqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Chongqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yi Yuan, who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, That's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud True Feather Sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body? His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yi Yuan. Even just now, when Yi Yuan reached second Firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him, and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yi Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, This brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now? Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan as he said, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the priest temple's second sage. Junior apprentice, brother, Chongqing, offended second sage. This emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, he's at any rate Lier's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Lier's face, I spared his life, that's all. Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, Second sage coming to Fallen Maple, our humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, lead the way. Please. Jun Mingxin and Yi Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. Murmur. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great martial uncle, an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man? What did great martial uncle say? Second sage? What's that? Who the H-E-L? L knows, but he's definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would great martial uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One tie, but their levels were too low and could not come into contact with second sage this concept at all. Lin Chongqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zhang Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the priest temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor, high priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him. Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zhang Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in close seclusion these few years and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the priest temple, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as what kind of figures the sacred ancestor high priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yi Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. How is this possible? Was this Yi Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the imperial city? Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Chongqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Chongqing. When an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yi Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status, he also completed a super magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yi Yuan some respect too, right? After all, second sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yi Yuan was the priest temple's number 2 figure, being an existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that sword earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Zhang Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things he had to let Lin Chongqing know, because Lin Chongqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Chongqing, that was him being magnanimous, but Fallen Maple Bodhidharma provoked such a major G. Oh, D, could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Chongqing's gaze turned slack. He was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen? Truly laughable. In front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen. Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh, right. Where's junior apprentice Sister Mengli? Why didn't she appear? Lin Chongqing suddenly thought of something and asked, Zhang Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Jun Mingxin and slowly walked in. "Master, second sage has arrived." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple." Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "This emperor has long heard that second sage resolve the eternal chess game. Ask not, and is the current generation's #1 alchemy outstanding figure. I didn't expect that you were actually so young." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind." Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heaven's chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Chongqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Chongqing, this child, was dotted rotten by this emperor, resulting in affronting second sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him. Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Lear to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Chongqing's behavior to talk about things. "Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Lear. I presume that you're also awake. I wonder where Lear is at right now. This Yi wishes to meet her." Yi Yuan said. "This?" Fallen Maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's wrong with Leah?" Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it, and said with a slight sigh, "Lear, she went missing." Chapter 2181. Move aside. Chapter 2181. Move aside. What? Went missing? Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of fury. A horrifying aura surged to the sky, practically going to turn the entire hall upside down. He went through countless hards. I plus PS and stood here, standing in front of Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple. But the other party told him and Li went missing. This result, he was somewhat unable to accept it. When Fallen Maple and Jun Mingxin saw this scene, they also could not help being secretly startled, especially Jun Mingxin. Only at this time did he know that when Yi Yuan was facing Lin Chongqing previously, he did not use his full strength at all. A second Firmament Empyrean actually had such power. Second Sage, don't get angry first. Please listen to this Emperor explaining until the end, Fallen Maple slowly said. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, "You say." Fallen Maple slowly stood up and said, "Follow me." As he said, he flicked his sleeves grandly and brought Yi Yuan into a room. Upon entering the room, a pungent and nose-piercing smell hit him head-on. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he saw a person lying on the bed. That person was unbearably rotten from head to toe, riddled full of holes, just like a cankered corpse. When Yi Yuan looked over, he saw that that person's breathing was akin to gossamer, merely still hanging in there with one last breath. By the side, a thin and emaciated old man was currently spraying dew on the person's body and turned a blind eye to the few people who just arrived. Yi Yuan looked toward Fallen Maple, waiting for his explanation. "He's called Zhui Yuanji. He's this emperor's disciple. 10 years ago, Angry Nether River was cut off and Black Flame Cave emerged. The surrounding 100 great imperial capitals turned into dead cities. Everybody said that that's a heavenly emperor's cave abode, attracting countless powerhouses over. The surrounding 7 great heavenly emperor Bodhimandas around Black Flame Cave all sent people to investigate, but in the end not a single one came out. The number of Empyreans that went missing was likely as many as hundreds. Fallen Maple said with a sigh, "Just a year ago, there were suddenly several people who escaped from Black Flame Cave. Junior apprentice brother Yuenji was one of them. It's just that after he returned to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, his entire person fell unconscious. In this 1 year, Martial Uncle Tan, he exhausted all kinds of means and was also unable to curb the decay of junior apprentice brother Yuenji. At the rate of this situation, he probably can't last a month anymore." Jun Mingxin followed up. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said unhappily, "Your heavenly emperor Bodhimandas have so many heavenly emperors, so why make a bunch of Empyreans go and seek death?" Jun Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, "Not that we weren't willing to go, but that the Black Flame Cave's entrance is extremely unstable. Forget about heavenly emperors. Even if late-stage Empyreans were to pass through, the cave entrance would likely collapse at once. That way, there would really be no hope at all." Pausing for a bit, Jun Mingxin continued, "You don't need to suspect anything. These few years, Master has always viewed junior apprentice, Sister Meng, Li in a different light. Her cultivation resources even make many junior apprentice brothers envious. But she's the little junior sister, and she's also pretty. So Body haggled over these with her. The mission this time, junior apprentice Sister Meng, Li also took the initiative to volunteer for it. But we did not expect that this kind of thing happened." Hearing these, Yi Yuan finally calmed down slightly. His gaze looked towards Zhui Yuanji, and he said in a solemn voice, "In that case, the crux lies with him?" Fallen Maple nodded slightly and said, "If Yuanji can wake up, we should be able to know the events that happened inside Black Flame Cave." Yi Yuan did not say another word, came beside Tan Yi, and said in a solemn voice, "Move aside!" Tan Yi's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, "Where did this little rascal come from? To dare speak to this emperor like this?" This Tan Yi was Fallen Maple's junior apprentice brother, an 8-star alchemy G. D super existence. But such a powerhouse was being ordered around by Yi Yuan. How could he not be enraged? Except the current Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk AP with him at all, and he said in a solemn voice, "Orthodox jade illusory can indeed revive the dead, but your medicine isn't matching the syndrome. Keep doing this, and he'll be dead." Being shot down by a junior so mercilessly, Tan Yi's beard billowed. But Yi Yuan being able to recognize the orthodox jade illusory at a glance still made him slightly surprised in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan was a pract. Tionier, and definitely had extraordinary attainments in alchemy. It was just that this brat being so wildly arrogant made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and said, "Junior, this emperor has lived to this ripe old age and has never seen this kind of strange poison before. This orthodox jade illusory is already the most ideal prescription. Could it be that you still have a better option?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Therefore, please move aside." Tan Yi nearly choked to death from anger and was just about to fly off the handle. But then he heard Fallen Maple say, "Junior apprentice brother, this is the Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage, with his alchemy strength being unparalleled under the heavens. Perhaps he can save Yuanji, who knows?" Tan Yi's pupils constricted. Only then, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously, he had never heard before second sage, but the Priest Temple was very famous. This brat was the number 1 person beneath sacred ancestor, high priest? How was this possible? Second sage? This emperor wants to take a look at how much ability the Priest Temple's second sage has. Tan Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan's current thoughts were not on him at all. He just said coolly, "You just watch, and that will do." Yi Yuan came in front of the bed and fired out a strand of chaos divine essence, entering into Zhuo Yuanji's body. This wisp of divine essence circled 5 rounds within Zhuo Yuanji's body and also did not find where the slightest problem lay. He only felt that Zhuo Yuanji's bodily functions were rapidly falling. An irresistible, decaying energy seeped out of every pore on his body. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Tan Yi smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, even if you're some dogs. HI plus T second sage. You're also looking down on 8-star alchemy G. Oh, DS too much." Yuanji's body, this emperor has already checked it no less than 20 times, but failed to get anything. It's not some corpse poison, and he also wasn't inflicted with some poison. It's just like he's rotting out of the blue. Did you also discover that it's like this? A hint of disappointment also flashed across Fallen Maple's eyes. He heard that Yi Yuan was second sage, so that was why he felt that there was some hope. So he did not expect that it would not cut it either. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tan Yi's mocking. The seals in his hands suddenly changed irregularly. Inside the house suddenly became a sea of stars. Chaos heavenly star art. Tan Yi's pupils constricted, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was extraordinary, broad and profound like the sea. This was Tan Yi's feeling. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning. One stream of chaos divine essence after another was sent into Zhuo Yuanji's body. Zhuo Yuanji's body actually slowly suspended into the air and gave off a faint silver light. Seeing this scene, the 3 heavenly emperor powerhouses in the house exchanged sidelong glances, struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. Was this second sage's strength? Actually, when Fallen Maple saw Yi Yuan for the first time, he also had a feeling of young people could not be trusted with important tasks. After all, being called second sage at this age was a little too inconceivable. But now his doubts were all gone. The understanding of Tao that Yi Yuan exhibited was extremely deep. At a young age, he actually already comprehended his own Tao. This kid is truly a freak. Tan Yi cried out involuntarily. Right at this time, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "What a cunning thing. Turns out that it's actually hiding here. Come out for me." Yi Yuan struck a palm out, directly SMA's. HI, plussing down toward Zhuo Yuanji's head. Tan Yi and the rest turned pale with fright and were just about to stop him. But then they saw a dark thing suddenly fly out. Chapter 2182. Devilish Monster Appears. Chapter 2182. Devilish Monster Appears. The dark thing vanished after a flash, being unimaginably swift, directly shuttling into the void. The 3 great heavenly emperors were caught by surprise and could not even react in time. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared, his mouth opening slightly. "Immobilize." Yi Yuan uttered the true word. It was as if time stopped. That black bug had not escaped yet and was immobilized in midair. The 3 great heavenly emperors' eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and actually forgot to make a move for a moment. "Still in a daze for?" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Fallen Maple suddenly woke up. Pointing at the void, a powerful restriction directly spread out, thoroughly imprisoning the black bug. This was an Empyrean-level black bug. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was very hard to bind it. That was why he had Fallen Maple take action. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the black bug, but the 3 great heavenly emperors' gazes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. The impact that the scene just now gave the 3 of them was seriously too strong. Time and S.P.A.C. froze at the same time. Even Jun Mingxin was also affected by Yi Yuan's time freeze, his movement being sluggish for an instant. As for Fallen Maple and Tan Yi, the influence was negligible. The 2 of their strength were too powerful, but this did not hinder their shock. Heavenly Tao true word. It's actually Heavenly Tao true word. An Empyrean realm actually grasped Heavenly Tao true word. Fallen Maple sucked in a cold breath and cried out in surprise. How can this kid possibly grasp Heavenly Tao true word? Tan, he said in surprise. What a formidable, heavenly Tao, true word. Just now, I was actually frozen for a moment. Jun Mingxin said in shock. Yi Yuan was still unaware, looking at the black bug, his expression increasingly solemn. The aura that this black bug emitted, he was very familiar. This is MN? All looking at me for what? Yi Yuan turned around and was just about to discuss with the three people. But then he saw that the three people were currently using extremely strange gazes to look at him. What do you think? You freaking did such a heaven-defying move and still did not allow us to be surprised? The three great heavenly emperors were rendered speechless. Invisible posturing was the most lethal. Just now, what was that move of yours? Fallen Maple asked. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You're talking about time freeze? That's the dragon race's innate divine ability. Could it be that Zhang Yufeng didn't tell you that I'm the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son? Yi Yuan had an appearance of them getting excited over nothing. Since he threw this tea out, he was naturally not some nameless person in the dragon clan. Wouldn't possessing one or two powerful divine abilities be something very normal? It was just that these people completely did not take his latter item. One, Tai seriously. Time freeze, the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son. Fallen Maple muttered under his breath, clearly not knowing what this heaven's chosen son meant. The dragon clan, this kind of demon race with a supreme bloodline, each one was incomparably mysterious. In the heaven-span world, even for heavenly emperor major powerhouses, very few could know about the secrets involved. The Tlea of Second Sage was resounding like the roar of thunder to them, resulting in overlooking the ident. 1. Tai of the Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son. But now, Fallen Maple knew that Heaven's chosen son was absolutely an ident. 1. Tai that could rival Second Sage. Just based on this move, this person in front of him was truly a monster that was beyond words. What kind of eyesight did Yu Mingli have to find such a peerless monster? With Yi Yuan, who could still enter her eyes. Thinking up to here, Fallen Maple could not help pitying his disciple. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, This isn't important. What's important is that this black bug is strange. The faces of Fallen Maple and the rest turned stern and asked, Oh, what's strange? Yi Yuan said, This thing is called an abyss monster. That was right. The aura coming off of this black bug was precisely the aura of an abyss monster. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually see an abyss monster here. Weren't these monsters suppressed in the Dragon Eye Cave by the Dragon Clan's major powers? Could it be that Lear got caught in that kind of terrifying place? Thinking up until here, Yi Yuan wished to fly to the Black Flame Cave immediately. Abyss monster? Never heard of this thing before. Fallen Maple said with a blank face. Yi Yuan flicked his finger and shot out a streak of sword energy, directly annihilating the black bug, and said in a solemn voice, You don't need to know too much. You just have to know that these things are very dangerous, and that will do. Once these things run to the outside world, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Suppressing abyss monsters was the Dragon Clan's secret. The outside world did not know at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not spread it either. But this thing suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan world, so it was clearly not a good omen. Hearing this, the three people's expressions were strange. But Yi Yuan already returned to the head of the bed and continued exhibiting the Chaos Heavenly Star art. His Chaos Heavenly Star art was all-inclusive. It could be said to have assembled the major accomplishments of his alchemy Tao. Using it to shave the bone and heal the injury was naturally a cinch too. Under the Chaos Heavenly Star art, everything had nowhere to hide. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that this little abyss bug actually hid inside Zhui Yuanji's sea of consciousness, being extremely covert. It was also no wonder that Tan Yi, this 8-star alchemy Od, did not discover it. After a day and night, Zhui Yuanji's decaying body actually started to slowly take a turn for the better. That feeble aura of his actually slowly rose again too. When Tan Yi saw this scene, His eyes became wide saucers. What an overbearing alchemy technique! To actually have such a miraculous effect. No wonder. No wonder sacred ancestor high priest, that kind of powerhouse, actually viewed him in a different light, and he bestowed him the title of second sage. Another 2 days said. Zhu Yuanji finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this strange man in front of him, Zhu Yuanji felt as if he was dreaming. Zhu Yuanji, let me ask you, how is Lier doing now? The moment Zhu Yuanji woke up, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait and asked. Zhu Yuanji clearly had not woken up from the nightmarish state, yet as he murmured, Elia, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, It's you, Mingli. Didn't you guys enter the Black Flame cave together? Where is she now? Is she still alive? Zhuo Yuanji's eyes gradually focused, akin to waking up from a dream. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, his gaze gradually becoming frightened. Don't come over. Don't come over. I'll kill you all. Zhuo Yuanji seemed to have recalled some terrifying scene. His entire person became crazed, and he suddenly struck a palm out. A terrifying force erupting at such a small distance, it could be seen how horrifying the power was. But while he was quick, Yi Yuan was faster. Zhuo Yuanji's force had not spat out yet, but Yi Yuan reached first despite launching later, pointing a finger out, directly restraining him. Then an extremely powerful soul force burrowed into Zhuo Yuanji's sea of consciousness domineeringly. Yi Yuan, what are you trying to do? Fallen Maple said in alarm and anger. Casting Soul Search, the damage to a person was irreversible. But this scenario happened too suddenly. It was already too late for them to want to stop it. Interrupting Yi Yuan at this time, it would be even more hopeless to salvage the situation for Zhuo Yuanji. Shut up. He'll be fine, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Following that, one scene after another surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind. After essence, energy, and spirit became one, Yi Yuan's divine soul strength became even more condensed and powerful. Under the circumstances of Zhu Yuanji being unconscious, Yi Yuan searching his divine soul would not cause harm, except this scene in the view of Fallen Maple, and the rest was something inconceivable. Chapter 2183. Entering Black Flame Cave. Chapter 2183. Entering Black Flame Cave. Tan Yi looked at Yi Yuan, his expression changing again and again. He had always been paying attention to Zhu Yuanji's activities and discovered that Zhu Yuanji's divine soul did not get any damage. Such terrifying divine soul control was simply inconceivable. Even he, this 8-star alchemy G.O.D., could not achieve such precise control too. Is this the standard of second sage? Starting from when Yi Yuan stepped into this room, the few things that he did made him, this 8-star alchemy G.O.D., feel ashamed of his unworthiness. Only then did he truly realize what kind of existence second sage was. Fallen Maple's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a bitter smile, Just what kind of a monster did Mingli this take fancy on? Back then, I was still intent on matching her with Chongqing. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. Lin Chongqing and Yu Mingli, 2 people, were Fallen Maple Bodhidharma's Golden Child and Jade Girl. Unconsciously, everyone had long already treated them as lovers. Fallen Maple was no exception either. Toward these 2 disciples that he was most proud of, Fallen Maple naturally consciously or even unconsciously wanted to matchmake the 2 of them. It was just that for so many years, Yu Mingli had always kept Lin Chongqing at a distance. Fallen Maple knew that Yu Mingli had Mr. right in her heart, so he did not mind either. In his view, when Yu Mingli reached great heights in the future and became a supreme, heavenly emperor together with Lin Chongqing, why would she place a mortal in her sights? But Fallen Maple never dreamed that the mortal he knew only used a short 1,000 years' time and stood in front of him. Although his strength was far inferior to his, in terms of status, It was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the strength that he displayed, even these heavenly emperors, had to look up to as well. Achieving the position of a sovereign in the future was just a matter of time. His previous idea naturally became a joke. After a while, Yi Yuan let go of Zhui Yuanji. The expression on his face became solemn. From Zhui Yuanji's memories, he saw that Li Er just happened to be pursued by several abyss monsters at that time. Those Empyrean powerhouses had never seen before such a ferocious species, all fleeing helter-skelter. The events that happened later, Zhui Yuanji did not know anymore. Senior Fallen Maple, thank you for your hospitality. This you want to set off for Black Flame. Cave at once. Farewell. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was about to leave. Hang on. Fallen Maple hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, Actually, our 7 great Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas have already reached a consensus. We plan on sending elite disciples over to Black Flame Cave this time to investigate thoroughly. Our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma plan on sending Yufeng and another Empyrean realm disciple over. Why don't Second Sage go together with them? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, They do theirs. I'll go on my own. Yi Yuan was currently burning with anxiety, delaying for a moment more, and Li Er would be in more danger. He could not wait for a second longer. Fallen Maple knew what Yi Yuan was thinking and said, Actually, Yufeng, they are all set already. If not for Second Sage suddenly coming up the mountain, they might have already set off at this time. Since Second Sage wants to go, this emperor will have them set off at once. How's that? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Fine as well. On Sunset Peak, Zhang Yufeng brought 4 Empyrean powerhouses and prepared to set off with Yi Yuan. These 5 Empyreans were shockingly all middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. The few people were just about to set off when suddenly a figure blocked their path. It was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing directly knelt down toward Fallen Maple and gritted his teeth and said, Master, please let Chongqing go along. Fallen Maple said unhappily, Nonsense. The Black Flame Cave is very dangerous. Even if your senior apprentice brother Yufeng went, Master is also filled with anxiety, let alone you. Go back. Lin Chongqing had reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, If Master doesn't let me go, I'll kneel down and not get up. Fallen Maple was just about to fly off the handle, but he heard Yi Yuan said, Coolly, Senior Fallen Maple, let him go. Fallen Maple let out a sigh and waved his hand powerlessly and said, Saifulis. H. Plus go then, go on. With his eyesight, how could he not tell that Lin Chongqing was going for the sake of Yumingli? It was just that. Fallen Maple gave Yi Yuan a glance and took a look at Lin Chongqing again. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. The group of people marched day and night without rest, with stars as a cloak and the moon as a hat, spending half a month's time, and finally rushed to angry Nether Riverbank. Angry Nether Riverbank was presently already the various major factions' forbidden ground. But at this time there were still many powerhouses surrounding and watching at the river. These people were mostly Empyrean realm powerhouses that came from the various major forces. On the river, there was an enormous and dark cave entrance. There was dense black aura smoking around it. It was as if it was a prehistoric behemoth about to devour everything. Zhang Yufeng, why is your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma dragging your feet, only arriving now? At this time, a middle-aged man came up and said to Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng said, Brother Liu, we were delayed for a while by some matters, hence we came late. Liu took a look at Yi Yuan and Lin Chongqing behind Zhang Yufeng and said with a frown, Isn't it agreed to only send middle-stage Empyrean realms over? You guys brought 2 burdens. At that time, we'll still have to divide our attention to take care of them. Lin Chongqing, this brat too. The 2 of you stay behind. When Lin Chongqing heard that, his expression could not help changing. He was indeed a genius, but his strength had not truly become powerful yet. In front of Liu, he was still a junior. while Yi Yuan behaved like he did not hear it at all, slowly walking to the riverbank and sized up the black flame cave's entrance seriously. A very familiar feeling. He had stayed for as long as 10 years in Dragon Eye Cave and absorbed countless devilish energy. But the strength of this devilish energy was much weaker compared to the Dragon Eye Cave. Just as Fallen Maple said, this cave entrance was extremely unstable. Late-stage Empyrean powerhouses entering inside would probably make SPAC collapse too. When Liu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, he said with an unhappy look, "Hey, brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and turned to Lin Chongqing and said, "Follow me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped onto the void and arrived above the river. Lin Chongqing was taken aback when he heard that, his face revealing a look of struggle. But very soon, he clenched his jaws and followed after. Li Yu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing the scene, he sneered coldly and said, "Zhang Yufeng, why did your fallen Maple Bodhidharma bring a fool over? He wouldn't want to enter the Black Flame cave just like this, right? The devilish energy there, if there isn't a restriction, it's sufficient to devour Empyrean realm martial artists. This guy is seeking death." Zhang Yufeng also had a look of puzzlement and yelled in a clear voice, "Brother Yi, this devilish energy is extremely formidable and has already devoured many Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and said coolly, "I'll go in and take a look first. You guys just hurry up." Li Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Foolish thing! If you can enter, this Empyrean will chop my head off for you to kick as a ball." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already arrived at the Black Flame cave's entrance. Endless devilish energy rushed toward him and Lin Chongqing frenziedly. Lin Chongqing jumped in fright and hurriedly revolved his cultivation method, wanting to resist the devilish energy. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon activated. The devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When the Lin Chongqing following behind saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Liu opened his mouth wide, virtually able to stuff a fist in. Chapter 2184, Abyss Monster Strength. Chapter 2184, Abyss Monster Strength. This guy is actually absorbing devilish energy. He absorbed so much in one go and actually didn't blow up and die. Could it be that his body is forged from meteoric iron? Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan brought Lin Chongqing and slowly walked into the Black Flame cave. That appearance was like strolling in his own backyard. The IBs of those Empyrean powerhouses all stared widely. Devilish energy was extremely berserk in nature. Forget about absorbing like Yi Yuan. Just absorbing a trace in, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine too. When Zhang Yufeng saw this appearance, he could not help having a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Liu again, he said with a snicker, "Liu, what were you saying just now?" Liu abruptly woke up and said with a look of embarrassment, meant Oh, and nothing. I didn't say anything." Seemingly afraid of everyone continuing to ask, he said ferociously. At this time, someone suggested, "This matter brooks no delay. We'd better hurry up and seal these devilish energies and enter the Black Flame cave." Everyone naturally did not have objections. With 7 major forces, more than 40 middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses took action. How shocking was this commotion! Everyone joined hands and laid down an enchantment, temporarily part 1. Teonying off the devilish energy. Bustling around for roughly 2 hours, the enchantment was finally completed. Only then did the group of Empyreans enter Black Flame Cave. Upon entering Black Flame Cave, this was totally different from the outside world's heaven and earth. This place had black smoke coiling around, dim without light, looking grim and terrifying. Liu and everyone had naturally never seen before such a place. What kind of And place is this? Li Yu said with a frown. Zhang Yufeng also had a solemn look as he said, Don't know, but it's definitely not a good place. Everybody be more careful. This place is the Abyss Monster's world. At this time a voice sounded out. Two figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Yi Yuan, two people. Behind Yi Yuan, Lin Chongqing's eyes never left Yi Yuan's body, his gaze full of terror. Abyss Monster? What the hell is that? Li Yu said in confusion. The other Empyreans were also at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of Abyss Monsters before. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's an extremely powerful race. All in all, everyone, just be more careful. Li Yu said with a disdainful look, Extremely powerful race? Hoo-hoo, how powerful can it be? This heaven-span world is ruled by our human race. Even the demon race and fiend race also have to stand by the side. Another Empyrean said, Hoo-hoo, this little brother is also exaggerating things to raise an alarm. There's so many of us middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses here. Even if a late-stage Empyrean came, we might also not be without the strength to fight. What's there to be scared of? As an Empyrean, each person had their own pride, let alone that here were the proud heavens chosen of 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodemandas, each and every one of them having numerous trump cards. Why would they mind some abyss monsters? Yi Yuan's few words, they did not take it to heart at all. Li Yu's thinking actually also represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Empyreans. Not that they did not know that this place was dangerous, but that they were very confident in their own strength. After all, those who came before were all some initial stage Empyrean realm disciples. Furthermore, the numbers were also far from as many as this time. Is that so? Then let's go. Yi Yuan showed neither approval nor disapproval. He turned around and advanced. Li Yu's mouth curled and he said unhappily, What'd he see? Oh, see, KY Kid. The party headed towards the depths when everyone's faces suddenly became fascinating. Along the way, there were the corpses of black monsters strewn all over the ground. The auras of these monsters were all very powerful. The vast majority of them were at the true D realm. There were also quite a few at the Empyrean realm. These monsters had clearly just died not long, but they all had a common characteristic. There was a large hole opened up in their heads. Then, who killed these monsters? As plain as day, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan. Apart from this brat, who else could there be? Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. In merely less than 2 hours' time from start to end, this kid actually killed so many abyss monsters? But Li Yu smiled coldly and said, A second Firmament Empyrean can kill so many monsters. So how strong can these monsters be? Ha ha! This brat wants to stand in the limelight and intentionally said these monsters to be very strong. In my view, it's merely thus. Another Empyrean also nodded and said, Killing so many in one go, these monster strength, they are likely even inferior to ordinary same-rank humans. But the numbers of these monsters are too many. We'd best be more careful. The group of Empyreans all nodded. The number of these monsters was indeed a little too many. But looking at this, Yi Yuan's strength was still pretty good. It was just that no one was willing to admit it. That was all. Lin Chongqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say it out in the end. Yi Yuan also could not be bothered to dispute anything. His attention was placed on the terrain. He was searching for the scene when Li went missing according to Zhu Yuanji's memories. Roughly more than an hour's journey. The dead bodies on the ground gradually lessened. Very clearly, this place was already the limits where Yi Yuan could scout. Yi Yuan secretly went on alert. The abyss monsters in the outer regions were mostly not strong, but the deeper in, the strength of the abyss monsters gradually grew stronger. Roar, roar, roar. Finally, a group of abyss monsters of varying shapes and sizes dashed out. pouncing toward this group of people frenziedly. These abyss monsters were extremely ferocious, their strength also extremely strong. There was quite a number of them that were third firmament Empyrean existences. Liu just laughed coldly and said with disdain, "A bunch of traws. Plus this bit of strength, and they also dare to come up and court death. Truly a bunch of foolish things." Done talking, his finger pointed lightly. An incomparably swift and fierce gust of air struck one of the leopard-shaped abyss monsters. Bang! That abyss monster cried out strangely and rolled a few times on the ground, slipping away with a scamper. Clearly, he realized Liu's power, but Liu's expression changed. His gaze revealed a solemn look. He was a sixth firmament Empyrean mighty expert. That finger just now, even if a fourth firmament Empyrean took it, it would also be serious injuries, if not death. But this abyss monster actually slipped away completely fine. These monsters were actually so strong. When he looked toward his companions around him again, he discovered that those fourth firmament Empyrean human martial artists were actually evenly matched in strength with those third firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. A wave of cold air rose up in Liu's heart. At the same time, it also rose up in everyone's hearts. Only when they truly fought did they know how powerful these abyss monsters' strength was. A third firmament Empyrean forcefully contending with a fourth firmament Empyrean? These abyss monsters could actually jump realms to face the enemy, jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm. Furthermore, they were even elites among human martial artists. This scene simply subverted these Empyreans' understanding. Kill. The few leaders' faces fell, and they took action and made a move. With fifth firmament and sixth firmament Empyrean powerhouses making a move, the show in power was different now. In an instant, those abyss monsters sustained casualties and retreated one after another. But the expressions of these Empyreans became incomparably solemn. At this time, somebody looked at Yi Yuan again and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Chapter 2185. Wanna die or live? Chapter 2185. Wanna die or live? Only then did everyone realize what kind of concept Yi Yuan exterminating hundreds of abyss monsters in an hour was. Among these hundreds of abyss monsters, there were even many that were Empyrean level. If looking at the situation of the fight just now, even a first firmament Empyrean monster could also forcefully contend with a second firmament Empyrean existence. Under the corroboration of the two, just what kind of inconceivable thing had Yi Yuan done? More importantly, he only used 2 hours. These fourth firmament Empyreans weighed themselves over. If they fought alone, it would absolutely be a dogfight, taking a very long time. Just how strong was this brat's strength? Previously, they all did not pay attention to the look in Lin Chongqing's eyes at all. But now they finally understood. This kid must have seen something remarkable. Chongqing, what in the world did you see? Zhang Yufeng pulled Lin Chongqing to one side and asked softly. Even if so long had said, Lin Chongqing was still in the midst of shock. Prior to this, he did not know how strong Yi Yuan was. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan butchering these abyss monsters, he finally understood that he and Yi Yuan were already people from completely different worlds. A Ma. S. Saker. A complete Ma. S. Saker. Those second firmament Empyrean abyss monsters couldn't last one exchange under his hands at all. He only needed one punch to annihilate the other party. Lin Chongqing said, Yi Yuan could annihilate a second firmament Empyrean abyss monster with one punch. Wanting to kill him was clearly just a matter of snapping a finger. Just what kind of freak did he provoke? No wonder junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always maintained a distance from him. No wonder, even though he was so outstanding, junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always been aloof and indifferent. It turned out that she actually had such a monstrous lover. With such a man, how could he still enter her eyes? Genius? This term was a pile of dog S. H-I plus T in front of Yi Yuan. Zhang Yufeng's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Ma, S. Saker? Doesn't that mean that he has at least peak third firmament Empyrean combat strength? But Lin Chongqing shook his head and said, I suspect that it's more than that. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He really had the capital to be arrogant. At this time, no one treated Yi Yuan as a junior anymore, being able to exterminate so many abyss monsters with his power alone. It would also absolutely not be as effortless as Liu they all, these sixth firmament Empyreans. Liu's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Why would these monsters be so strong? It's completely illogical. No wonder the Empyrean realm martial artists that entered this place before, none of them returned. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, What brother Yi said earlier is right. Our mission has to be done cautiously. If the matter can't be accomplished, we must withdraw straight away. Actually, everyone already somewhat wanted to beat a retreat, but there was no harvest until now. They could not give an account after returning to their respective factions either, so they could only toughen their scalps and carry on walking. However, what surprised everyone was that the journey that followed was unexpectedly calm. There were actually no abyss monsters coming to attack them again, but it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Li Ye's heart was somewhat racing as he asked Yi Yuan, Boy, have you seen these monsters in the past before? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Seen before. Just what are these monsters? Also, where have you seen these monsters before? Li Yu asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, no comments. You. Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said angrily, C-O-C. KY for what? You punk. Not only have you seen these monsters before, you can even absorb devilish energy. In my view, you're definitely together with the monsters. The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans involuntarily pulled apart some distance from Yi Yuan. Indeed, Liu's random guess made everyone give rise to suspicion in their hearts. Yi Yuan was too peculiar. When Liu saw that he isolated Yi Yuan with one sentence, he could not help feeling smug in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan simply ignored him and walked forward without consulting anyone. Li Yu was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's action of overlooking. Brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear? Li Yu said in a great rage. Yi Yuan still ignored him. How could he know that Yi Yuan was currently not in the mood to play this sort of game with him at all? All of his thoughts were placed on looking for Lier, regarding the clues and inklings around. Yi Yuan would not let any of it go. It was just too bad that up until now, Yi Yuan did not discover any situation. Under his rage, Liu's aura erupted, and he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a streak of black light flashed past in the dark night. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing actually had a large pit blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw an abyss monster standing at the place where Yi Yuan stood previously, while Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Could it be that Yi Yuan was killed just like that? However, they did not have time to think too much, because a large group of abyss monsters suddenly scurried out around them. There were as many as several dozen. Furthermore, the aura of each one was very strong. They were actually all middle-stage Empyrean realm strength. The expressions of the group of Empyreans changed wildly. They were surrounded. A despairing mood spread among the Empyreans. These were all middle-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters. Judging from the situation that they encountered previously, they did not have the slightest chance of victory at all. You guys came right on time. Let me ask you, have you all seen this human female before? Suddenly, a figure flashed at the top of a tree. Yi Yuan condensed Yu Mengli's image with divine essence. But his words were asked at the abyss monster, who ambushed him previously with a divine soul brand. He had also asked before those Empyrean-level abyss monsters previously, But those abyss monsters did not know it all. Now, encountering these stronger abyss monsters, Yi Yuan asked once more, "Ha ha ha, human brat. Why should this Empyrean answer your question? Become this Empyrean's snack obediently. If this Empyrean is happy, maybe I'll tell you." That sixth firmament Empyrean, powerful existence, said with a loud laugh. This abyss monster's aura was the strongest. Clearly, it was the leader of this group of abyss monsters. Sixth firmament Empyrean could virtually sweep across the Empyrean powerhouses present. This punk actually didn't die. Li Yu said in shock. He knew how terrifying that strike earlier was. Furthermore, it was even a sneak attack. If it were him, he also did not have absolute confidence in avoiding. Yi Yuan was actually completely unharmed. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and put away Lear's image, and said coolly, "Then there's only beating until you all say it." The abyss monster leader laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant and conceited brat. Just based on the likes of you all, these lowly humans, you also want to beat us Oh, blee abyss monsters!" Yi Yuan ignored him, but he shouted at Li Yu and the rest. "Hey, do you all want to die or live?" Li Yu's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Plus, of course, it's want to live. But just based on you, what right do you have to say such words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to live, don't resist, do as I say. If want to die, then just take it as I didn't say anything." Chapter 2186, Pummeling. Chapter 2186. Pummeling the faces of the group of Empyreans, all changed irregularly. A second firmament Empyrean asked them if they wanted to die or live. This scene was rather comical, but the stances were more persuasive than rational thinking. At present, it already reached the moment of life and death. It did not allow them to be wayward. The choice determined the outcome. Was it to believe Yi Yuan or to fight to the death? Li Yu had a very conflicted face. He disliked Yi Yuan's KY appearance greatly, but he was similarly clear that with the current situation, they probably could not even escape if they wanted to. "Brother Yi, I'll listen to you." At this time, Zheng Yufeng was the first to step forward and fervently support Yi Yuan. He knew that the time left for them was already not much. "Little brother, hope that you don't scam us." Another person stepped forward. "Little brother Yi, this Empyrean is handing this old life to your hands." Facing the terror of death made everyone make a decision very quickly. In a certain death situation, everyone could only choose to believe Yi Yuan. Li Yu's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and also said, "Brat, if you dare to scam this Empyrean won't let you off even if I become a ghost too." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and suddenly fished out a large bunch of golden needles. When everyone saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. What did this kid want to do? "I'm going to poke you guys a bit. Don't resist. Otherwise, I can't answer for the consequences." Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Yu's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be wanting to stab the acupoints with a golden needle, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Li Yu's face fell, and he said, "Nonsense. So many of us. By the time you finish applying the needles, the flowers would have turned yellow. Are you freaking SCREWING with us?" Hearing Li Yu's words, quite a few people revealed unhappy looks. Clearly, they all felt that they were being made fun of. The abyss monster leader also laughed loudly as it said, "Ha ha ha. Kid, just based on a few needles and you want to deal with blee abyss monsters?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who said that I'm going to apply the needles one by one? I said don't resist, otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. It's coming." Everyone's hearts turned cold, only to see Yuan need seals. Several hundred streams of golden light turned into flowing light, dancing wildly in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In one breath, Several hundred streams of golden light flashed and disappeared. The group of Empyreans only felt like their bodies were being bitten by several ants. Then a boundless power emerged from every pore on their bodies. What powerful strength! I feel like I'm already invincible under the heavens. This is Golden Needle's piercing acupoints method? Truly too amazing. Ha ha ha, you bunch of trash. Come over and fight with Grandpa. Each Empyrean's body erupted with a fearsome aura, just like their strength instantly increased by one realm. Liu felt that power coming from all over his body and felt like he could contend with seventh firmament Empyreans. At this moment, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became incomparably surprised. In an instant, controlling several hundred golden needles and accurately stabbing into the acupoints of every Empyrean's body without error. What kind of terrifying control was this? Although he was not an alchemist, he also knew that this kind of terrifying control was not what ordinary alchemists could achieve. Golden needle, piercing the acupoints method, the strength, divine essence, soul force, as well as precision, so on and so forth. The things that needed to be paid attention to were far too many. Furthermore, among the Empyreans present, each person's strength was different. Each person's realm was different. The situation was incomparably complex. It could be said that how to apply the needles for each person had to be tailor-made. Golden needles, piercing the acupoints method, was an extremely dangerous method. The difference in millimeters was something that could be fatal. But Yi Yuan drafted up a set of acupuncture outline for everyone in such a short time. Even if an 8-star alchemy G.O.D. came here, it was also impossible to stimulate each person's potential so precisely. What kind of monster was this fellow? Those opposite were monsters, but this monster in front of them was even more terrifying than those monsters opposite. The Abyss monster leader finally discovered a hint of something amiss. The auras of these Empyreans suddenly became very powerful. However, he did not feel that Abyss monsters would lose to weak humans. Minions, kill for me. Tear these foolish humans to shreds. The Abyss monster leader bellowed. Under the word of command, several dozen Abyss monsters roared and charged over toward the human Empyreans. Haha, perfect. Watch this Empyrean tear you trash into pieces. These human Empyreans all had their strength skyrocket, BRIMMING, with vigor and energy. They were just worried about having nowhere to vent it. Seeing the Abyss monsters rush up, they did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly plussing over. For some time, the human Empyreans and Abyss monsters fought and killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, with the void trembling. Liu Abyss monster, and actually directly charged toward the Abyss monster leader. This leader was 6th Firmament Empyrean. Even if he could not deal with a 7th Firmament Empyrean human martial artist, exterminating 6th Firmament Empyreans was still very easy. But when Liu clashed together with him, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage. The human Empyrean powerhouses all seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and actually fought and killed until the Abyss monsters steadily lost ground. This kind of horrifying strength fought until the Abyss monsters cried out strangely. By the side, when Lin Chongqing saw this scene, he was transfixed. His strength was too weak. Stabbing or not stabbing him was irrelevant to the overall situation. Yi Yuan did not apply golden needles, piercing acupoints on him either. This guy's means were truly inconceivable. At this time, he actually somewhat regretted following after. The more he came into contact with Yi Yuan, and the more he witnessed Yi Yuan's methods getting more and more, the more that he felt ashamed of his unworthiness. He currently even had a feeling that only someone like Yi Yuan was worthy of Yu Mingli. Him pursuing Yu Mingli was simply sullying her. Lin Chongqing shook his head hard, attempting to shake this kind of thinking out of his head. But it would not go away at all. In front of Yi Yuan, he grew less and less confident. These human Empyreans were the elites of the various Bodhidharmas to begin with. Their strength far surpa sing their peers. Now that their potential was stimulated, each and every one of their strengths skyrocketed, and they could actually pummel same rank abyss monsters. The originally certain death situation actually became a one-sided situation now, especially the high-level combat powers. Zhang Yufeng and the rest, their strength was about the same as Li Yu's. Currently, they even rampaged in all directions, killing those fifth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters until they were in a sorry plight. After they managed to find time, they joined Li Yu's battle group. 1 versus 1 became 2 versus 1 became 3 versus 1. The abyss monster leader nearly vomited blood at this time. But even if he wanted to run now, he could not run away either. Under the pincer attacks of the few mighty experts, the abyss monster leader was getting defeated not long after. The devil monster leader's aura became weaker and weaker. In the blink, it was riddled with injuries, its strength being less than 10%. "Leave it alive!" Yi Yuan called out. Li Yu said with a cold snort, "This kind of monster, spare for what? Just kill it." As he said, he suddenly made a move and was about to slay the devil monster leader. "Immobilize!" A thunderclap-like voice seemingly shouted out from great antiquity. The few mighty experts were caught off guard and were actually immobilized at the same time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the devil monster leader. "Poo work!" Yi Yuan directly plunged a hand into the devil monster leader's head. He grabbed the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Chapter 2187. Forgot to tell you. Chapter 2187. Forgot to tell you, seal! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and sent out a force, directly sealing the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Quicker than words could tell, this series of actions did not even reach a breath of time. Finus, plussing with all these, time freeze suddenly shattered. Everything returned to normal. The few great Empyreans used eyes like having seen a ghost to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. This guy actually froze all of them just now. Although it was just a short instant, they were really unable to do anything during that moment. This guy can actually control SPAC team? What was that just now? Heavenly Tao, true word? Li Yu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. Although Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing the acupoints turned the battle situation around, the unhappiness in Li Yu's heart was not dispelled. He knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do, but the unhappiness from before turned into a wicked mentality during that moment. He wanted to kill this devil monster leader and sever Yi Yuan's hope. But Yi Yuan used this sort of bizarre way to save the devil monster leader. How could this not surprise him? How many methods did this brat have? Done with all this, Yi Yuan turned around, seething with killing intent. Li Yu's way of doing things already touched his bottom line. Don't you forget, after the golden needles pierced your acupoints, there will be a period of extreme weakness. At that time, your life and death will be dictated by me. Yi Yuan's words were bone-piercingly cold. Li Yu's expression changed drastically. He only cared about venting his anger earlier. Why would he think so much? Currently, upon Yi Yuan's reminder, only then did Li Yu suddenly startled awake. Those golden needles indeed let him obtain powerful strength. But what about after tiding over the immediate crisis? Suddenly, Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said with a hideous grin, "So what? This Empyrean hasn't said the powerful period, yet currently." Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Li Yu, do you still want face? If not for Yi Yuan, we'd probably have long been killed by these abyss monsters now. You actually want to repay kindness with ingrat. 2 now." Li Yu smiled coldly and said, "So what? This punk is so unbelievably OCKY. This Empyrean has long been displeased at the sight of him. Now the crisis has already been resolved. We also roughly understand the situation here already and can go back and report on the completion of the mission. This brat doesn't have much use anymore as well." Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Have you asked me about wanting to kill Yi Yuan? Or is it that you think that everybody will look on with folded arms?" Li Yu chuckled and suddenly made a move. A large number of umbrellas flew towards the sky, instantly enveloping the few powerhouses in the vicinity fully. Zhang Yufeng's face changed, and he cried out in shock. 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. You actually even brought this out. 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure of the Clearwater Bodhidharma that Liu was from. Or should it be said that it was a quasi-heavenly emperor spirit treasure? This spirit treasure had a resounding reputation within the 7 major factions' sphere of influence. It was because this Empyrean spirit treasure could absorb the divine essence of the martial artists within a certain radius and then supplement it onto themselves. This was equivalent to reducing the opponent's strength when fighting and increasing one's own strength. If it was under the situation where their strengths were on par, this Empyrean spirit treasure would be a trump card. And this Empyrean spirit treasure was most formidable during group battles. Like now. At this time, everyone only felt that a portion of the divine essence in their bodies was instantly drained, while Liyu's aura was in the midst of soaring madly. Finally, he actually stepped into 7th Firmament Empyrean. Although this was just temporary, he truly possessed the strength of 7th Firmament Empyrean right now. Ha ha ha, now, is there still anyone that wants to come out and protect this brat? Li Yu looked like a cat that ate the canary, letting out a wild laugh. How could the others still be Li Yu's match after having a significant amount of divine essence drained? Even Zheng Yufeng also shut his mouth sensibly. Speaking at this time was equivalent to seeking death. He could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, having a worried look on his face. Just earlier, a stream of strange power circled one round inside Yi Yuan's body, attempting to draw out his divine essence. But this force actually could not extract Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence. In the end, it returned without a compli. Plussing anything. Yi Yuan looked at Li Yu expressionlessly and said coolly, "This Empyrean spirit treasure is pretty good. I'll be accepting it." Li Yu narrowed his eyes a cold light S. Plus Ning, as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing, is your reliance that heavenly Tao true word? With my present strength, you can at most only freeze time for that instance. Even if I stand there and let you hit, what can you do to me? But how many times can you use this martial technique?" 7th Firmament Empyrean versus 2nd Firmament Empyrean. The disparity in between was a massive chasm. Even if Yi Yuan's combat strength was a stonies. Plussing, it was also very hard to kill Li Yu in an instant. Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, "If you keep spurting nonsense, the golden needle's piercing acupoints method will time out." Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that, and said in a solemn voice, "Courting death!" Under his rage, Li Yu exerted all of his strength. The tremendous power of 7th Firmament Empyrean made the faces of everyone present change drastically. 6th Firmament Empyrean to 7th Firmament Empyrean. This was a massive gulf. Now, Li Yu crossed this gulf. How many times did his strength increase? More importantly, Li Yu was still under the effect of the golden needles right now. His strength terrifying to the extreme. Crimson moon azure light sword. One sword emerging. Countless streaks of azure lights were akin to dense rain, stabbing at the place where Yi Yuan was at. Unavoidable. Bang, bang, bang. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, a large pit was blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. Even the void had several cracks blasted out, while Yi Yuan vanished without a trace. Li Yu chuckled and said, "So what even if you have a lot of measures? So what if you know the golden needle, piercing acupoints method? Didn't you still die at this Empyrean's hands?" This move is lacking in power. Just a reminder, the duration of the effect doesn't have long remaining. A leisurely void sounded out behind everyone. Everyone turned around, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently standing on top of a tree, very cozy, while his body did not have any injury at all. Li Yu's pupils constricted, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible! My crimson moon azure light sword even locked S. P.A.C. down. How did you escape?" Yi Yuan was still expressionless as he said, "Forgot to tell you. My spatial law is already comprehended to the peak 6th firmament. I'm afraid that it's a little hard for your degree of attack to want to harm me." Li Yu's entire body trembled, his ALLS almost popping out. Spatial law comprehended to peak 6th firmament. What kind of concept was this? Beneath Heavenly Emperor, it was far too difficult to want to kill Yi Yuan, unless one planned things beforehand, like Long Shao locking down all SPAC. Otherwise, there was basically no hope. But now, where would Li Yu go and make arrangements? A despairing mood instantly spread throughout Li Yu's entire body. Could not kill Yi Yuan. Then there was only waiting for Yi Yuan to come and kill him. Thud. Li Yu actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan involuntarily. "Be brother Yi." I, Li Yu, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare me. Chapter 2188. That's right, playing you. Chapter 2188. That's right, playing you. When he said this, Li Yu was practically sobbing. His greatest reliance was the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Under such a circumstance, it could let his strength soar. But who knew that Yi Yuan's greatest trump card was not whatever golden needles, piercing acupoints, nor was it some heavenly Tao true word. It was actually spatial law. While Yi Yuan could not win against him, Yi Yuan did not need to fight with him at all. As long as Yi Yuan ran the timer out, he could only stretch his neck out for the executor's blade. This was impressive. 6th firmament spatial law. Brother Ye's strength is truly inconceivable. At a young age, how can he be so monstrous? Could it be that this guy started cultivating in his mother's womb? Ha! Li Yu, this fellow calculated everything, but he failed to calculate this. He finally kicked a metal plate today. Yi Yuan looked at Li Yu and said coolly, "Sparing you, it's not that I can't." When everyone saw the situation, they secretly nodded one after another. This was also within reason. Li Yu's status in Clearwater Bodhidharma was rather high. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Yi Yuan was apprehensive of the faction behind him, so sparing his life was also ought to be. Otherwise, after going out, Yi Yuan would have endless trouble. Li Yu's eyes glinted, and he said in pleasant surprise, "As long as brother Yi lifts your hand high up in mercy, Li Yu is willing to pay any price." Yi Yuan's finger pointed at the void, pointing at the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella as he said, "I want it." Li Yu's face changed, his expression ugly as he said, "This, the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella is my Clearwater Bodhidharma's precious treasure. It can't be easily given to people. If handed to brother Yi, I'll definitely be heavily punished after going back." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If you don't hand it to me, you'll suffer a heavy punishment right now." Li Yu was silent for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to brother Yi." His hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart was already heinous. But the circumstances were stronger than people. He had no choice but to lower his head right now. Li Yu secretly swore in his heart. After going out, he would definitely request his elders to take action and exterminate this hateful punk. At once, Li Yu did not hesitate either, calling in the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella, and wiped away his divine soul imprint, and gave this quasi-emperor level Empyrean spirit treasure to Yi Yuan, just like this. Done with all these, the time limit for golden needles, piercing acupoints, finally arrived as well. The Empyreans present wailed out, all collapsing from exhaustion. But being able to preserve their lives was already very good. This bit of agony was naturally no big deal. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing acupoint technique was extremely profound. It only made them collapse from exhaustion and did not cause any damage to their bodies or cultivation. This way, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella, arrived before Liu, and said coolly, "The time is up. I can send you on your way." Liu's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, You played me?" Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. "That's right, played you. Wanting the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was merely to drag it out. Do you think that without you, I won't be able to wipe away your divine sense imprint?" Ever since absorbing the large amount of Sea of Law that time, the soul-suppressing pearl already completely advanced. It became a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. With the soul-suppressing pearl's current strength, wouldn't wiping away Liu's divine sense imprint still be easily accomplished? The reason why he played the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity was merely to prevent a cornered dog from biting. That was all. Li Yu was incomparably ashamed and resentful and roared furiously, If you dare kill me, Clearwater Bodhidharma won't let you off." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what? You taunted and jeered along the way. I couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. But when you attempted to kill the Abyss monster leader, your time of death arrived." Yi Yuan was not someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. But if Li Yu killed the devil monster leader, it would be equivalent to severing hopes of finding Lear. He could not tolerate this. Lear's life or death was unknown. Yi Yuan was in a heavy mood to begin with. Li Yu provoked him time and again. He originally could not be bothered to haggle over it, but in the end he actually repaid kindness with ingrat. 1. Tooed and wanted to kill the devil monster leader. One had to know, Yi Yuan was their group's life savior. Li Yu was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, but at this time he was already a fish on the chopping board. So, how could he still have the strength to resist Yi Yuan? Currently, Li Yu's divine essence had been exhausted. He did not have any spare strength to protect his body at all. A cold light flashed. Li Yu perished, his Tao dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock, being shocked by Yi Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. A 6th firmament Empyrean, Clearwater Bodhidharma's future heavenly emperor powerhouse, was blotted out by Yi Yuan just like that. Those Clearwater Bodhidharma Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of Yi Yuan transferring his anger onto them, who knew that Yi Yuan turned around and walked toward the Abyss monster leader. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of terror. This human brat was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was clearly different from other humans, aware of where the weakness of Abyss monsters lay, detaining his tarnished black devil crystal. Even if he had monstrous strength, he was also a piece of junk now. Human brat, give up. This Empyrean won't tell you what you want to know. It's impossible for the Blee Abyss monsters to submit to humans. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Is that so?" Yi Yuan suddenly grabbed, holding the tarnished black devil crystal in his hand. Chaos Heavenspan Cannon quietly revolved and started absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. The monster leader's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This human was actually absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He could actually absorb the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He only felt that the strength in his body was being extracted bit by bit. Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the tarnished black devil crystal was not fast, but this way the monster leader's fear would gradually magnify. "You rest assured. I won't devour all of your strength. When your strength drops to the true D realm, I'll release your seal and let you go back." I think that your companions should be very happy to see you then, Yi Yuan said coolly. The monster leader's body shuddered again, its gaze full of terror. The monster leader cried out, "You're a demon." Yi Yuan had lived for more than 10 years in the Dragon Eye Cave and had killed before no idea how many abyss monsters. How could he not know their habits and characteristics? The abyss monster world was 100 times, 1,000 times crueler than the human world. The rise of a sixth firmament Empyrean devil leader followed the wake of countless slaughter and suppression. When those companions of his see his strength fall to true G, D-realm, his outcome would be unbelievably wretched. Yi Yuan ignored the devil leader. He just quietly absorbed the power in the tarnished, black devil crystal. True suffering was not dying all at once, but the process of quietly waiting for death. Terror spread in the devil leader's body, little by little. The other Empyreans all quietly watched Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. They could feel that the devil leader's aura was diminished. Plussing bit by bit, while Yi Yuan's aura was growing stronger little by little. Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the devil monster leader's strength to increase his own strength. Just what kind of freak was this guy? Finally, the devil monster leader could not endure this kind of despairing feeling and broke down. I'll talk. I beg you, stop absorbing. Chapter 2189. Continuing forward. Chapter 2189. Continuing forward, listening entirely to the news from the devil monster leader. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Lear did not die, but Lear was captured. These abyss monsters were actually going to send Lear into the abyss SPAC. With the devil monsters level, he did not know the reasons involved. The human powerhouses who fell into the Black Flame cave previously were already all devoured by the abyss monsters. Only left Lear alone. There were clearly more unknown secrets involved. Although it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing abyss SPAC this place, there was no need to guess that he also knew that the place was the abyss monsters' main camp. If Lear went there, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would also be hard to rescue her. Yi Yuan knew that this abyss SPAC definitely had immensely powerful existences. Otherwise, why would those Dragon Clan major powers suppress in the depths of the Dragon Eye Cave? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. At this time, Zhang Yufeng went up and consoled him. Zhang Yufeng said, "Brother Yi, junior apprentice, Sister Mingli will be blessed by the heavens and definitely turn calamities into blessings." Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and nodded slightly as he said, "Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, thank you for your auspicious blessings. Arriving here, I believe that everyone also knows the situation in the Black Flame Cave. Continuing to advance further, I'm afraid that everyone won't be able to return anymore. It ends here then." The few leaders nodded one after another, all agreeing with Yi Yuan's view. This end place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already currently be dead until dregs did not remain. Zhang Yufeng let out a sigh and said, "There's only like this." Suddenly, Lin Chongqing rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward! Do you plan on leaving junior apprentice Sister Mingli here alone?" Everyone cast strange gazes toward Lin Chongqing. Yi Yuan's choice was naturally the wise choice. Continuing forward at this time, what could he do apart from sending himself to death? Lin Chongqing's action was a little too impulsive and without due consideration. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Chongqing and said to the few leaders with clasped hands, "Gentlemen, we'll part here." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Zhang Yufeng asked probingly, "Brother Yi, you aren't leaving together with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lear is in danger. How can this Yi look on with folded arms? Even if I lose this life, this Yi will also have to rescue her." At this time, Tenderness revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes made the group of Empyreans cast sidelong glances too. Only then did everyone know that Yi Yuan's meaning was that they should leave while he would stay. What a lovesick man! Zhang Yufeng was taken aback and urged, "Brother Yi, it is not that this Zheng isn't concerned about junior apprentice, Sister Mingli. Didn't you also see it? Continuing forward is certain death. Is such a thing that brings destruction on yourself worth it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's not worth it or not, only willing or not. Gentlemen, let's part here." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and turned around and left. Lin Chongqing was frozen on the spot, abruptly startling awake. He took quick steps and caught up to Yi Yuan. "I'll go too," Lin Chongqing said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing and said calmly, "If I go myself, there's a fraction of a assurance. Bringing you, this fraction will be gone. If you insist on following and sending yourself to doom, I have no objections either. But don't follow me." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The meaning of his words was already very clear. You could only get in the way if you follow. Lin Chongqing's complexion turned deathly pale with a whoosh, feeling all the strength in his body being drained. If it were before, if anyone dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely have sent a slap over. But now, after witnessing Yi Yuan's series of inconceivable means, his confidence was long demoralized until it was battered black and blue. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, I got it." Finished talking, Lin Chongqing turned around, his back view being indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing's back view and shook his head slightly. He understood Lin Chongqing's thoughts. It was just too bad that no one could understand his knot with Lier. Lin Chongqing could only be a pa-s thereby. Zhang Yufeng also sighed slightly. Toward this scene, he had nothing to say as well. To talk about Lin Chongqing, he was absolutely exceptionally gifted, being the most unequivocally talented among the apprentice brothers. It was just a shame that his opponent was Yi Yuan, in front of such a monster. So what even if one's talent was any greater? Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and gradually vanished from everyone's line of sight. Zhang Yufeng and the rest did not dare to stay too long either, withdrawing one after another. After an hour, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and asked the devil monster leader, "Do you have a name?" The devil monster leader trembled and said, "This lowly one is called Mosius." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "From today onward, you're my slave. Now, let's sign the devil-devouring contract." Mosius's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even knew about the devil-devouring contract. How could he know that Yi Yuan had killed countless abyss monsters in the Dragon Eye Cave and had long thoroughly grasped some information about the abyss monsters? This devil-devouring contract was similar to the slave contact of humans. Once the contract was formed, the abyss monster would unconditionally obey the other party and become the other party's slave. If there was the thought of resisting, they would immediately get a backlash from the contract and die, with their outcome being extremely miserable. Under normal circumstances, even if abyss monsters were to die, they would not sign a devil-devouring contract too. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's methods, Mosius could not refrain from shuddering. Even if we signed a devil-devouring contract, you also can't possibly rescue that human girl. Further, in our all late-stage Empyrean lords, there are even heavenly emperor-level lords holding down the fort. If you go, there's no hope at all. Mosius gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "That's not something that you should be worried about. You can choose to die or sign a devil-devouring contract with me. Dignity, this thing, once lost, then it would be lost again and again." Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, Mosius finally still signed the devil-devouring contract with Yi Yuan. "Master." Mosius lay P-R-O, any in front of Yi Yuan, his ATTI, Tude being incomparably humble and polite. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly his aura changed. Thick, devilish energy poured out of Yi Yuan's body and wrapped his entire person up. Thick black fur also grew on Yi Yuan's body. He looked exactly like an abyss monster. Abyss monsters had no common form. Humanoid shapes were also not in the minority. And Master, this is too inconceivable. Moses was shocked until he could not use words to describe it any longer. A human actually became an abyss monster with a sway of his body. Even he, this sixth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, could not differentiate the truth in the slightest. What kind of existence was this master of his? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can your heavenly emperor powerhouses differentiate my appearance?" Moses shook his head hard and said, "Absolutely impossible to tell. All of the characteristics on Master's body are identical with abyss monsters. They absolutely can't differentiate Master from abyss monsters." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's good then. You take these tarnished black devil crystals and recover your cultivation as fast as possible." Chapter 2190. 1,000 years in a blink. Chapter 2190. 1,000 years in a blink along the way. The devilish energy gradually grew thicker. In the surroundings, some powerful auras appeared at times and then disappeared. These auras were much stronger than even Moses's. Yi Yuan followed him. It was smooth along the way. There were countless checkpoints they had to pass through. The two people finally arrived at a small-scale city. When a guard saw Moses, he asked, "Moses, not garrisoning your own territory, what are you doing here?" Yi Yuan noticed that the guards here were all Empyrean-level powerhouses. Moses hurriedly answered, "I'm here to meet Lord Munya. There's an important matter to report." The guard's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Moses explained, "He's my subordinate. This important information was discovered by him." The guard said coolly, "Lord Munya is currently trying to cheer the divine daughter up. I'm afraid that he doesn't have time to meet you. You go to the courier station to rest first and await summons." Moses was taken aback and said, "Divine daughter? What divine daughter?" The guard smiled and said, "You still don't know? It's that human female who was captured. Great Sage Nine Origin said that she's the divine race's divine daughter and is to be sent to the abyss world. Otherwise, how can she possibly live until now?" Yi Yuan's heart shook wildly when he heard that. How did Lear become a divine daughter? Also, what the H-E-L-I was this divine race? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart was in an upheaval. It was as if this matter concerned some earth-shattering secrets. "Your Excellency, this lowly one has a way to coax that human divine daughter to cheer up," Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard was taken aback and said, "You really have a way?" "The divine daughter kicks up a row daily about wanting to return to the human race. It's no use, no matter how Lord Munya persuades her. His head is almost exploding. If you really have a way, that will be a major achievement." Yi Yuan said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will definitely accomplish it." The guard said, "All right then, you guys go to the courier station first. I'll go and report to Lord Munya." Moses brought him to the courier station. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The abyss monsters here were no longer disorganized like he had seen before. On the contrary, the abyss monsters in this city were like an army. A city, courier station, guards, these were not things that a race like the abyss monsters would have. Although the intelligence of abyss monsters was rather high, their world leaned more toward fierce beasts. The weak were prey, and the strong feasts, and the strong survived. Also, hearing about the divine race and the divine daughter, what kind of place was this abyss-s? PAC? Asking Moses, he was not clear either. With his status, he could not come into contact with these at all. Moses was just a weakling who was banished outside. He took orders from Munya and Manya brought him here. That was all. Also, there was this region of S.P.A.C. No matter how Yi Yuan looked, why did it seem like a sundered boundary connecting the abyss S.P.A.C. and the heaven-span world? Since the Dragon Clan was suppressing the abyss S.P.A.C., it showed that that place was the only Pa-S Sageway. Then what was the deal with this place? For some time, countless doubts and suspicions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. Not long after, that guard came to the courier status and found Yi Yuan. When Manya heard that Yi Yuan could cheer the divine daughter up, he was overjoyed and made Yi Yuan go over at once. When Manya saw Yi Yuan, he asked with uncertainty, "You can make the divine daughter feel at ease and stay?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Lord Manya, rest assured. Not completing the mission. This lowly one will carry my head to see you." Manya's eyes lit up and he said with a big laugh, "Good. If you can make the divine daughter set her mind at rest and stay, this emperor will give you great rewards." Finished talking, Manya brought Yi Yuan and arrived at a stone house. The stone house was very S.P.A.C.ious, but the moment Yi Yuan got close, he discovered that a lot of restrictions were laid down in the perimeter. These restrictions, Yi Yuan actually had never seen them before. They were very profound. Clearly, this was in order to prevent Lier from running. Upon entering the door, 2 items flew over with a whoosh. Inside the house, a woman's angry yell came over, "Scram! I asked you all to get lost. Are you all deaf?" But these words sounded like the most moving honeyed words in Yi Yuan's ears. How many years had he not heard this voice already? This separation was already close to 2,000 years. Time did not wear away his feelings, but made longing converge into a sea instead. When that beautiful figure landed in his eyes, Yi Yuan's heart, that was firm as stone, also melted. Sniff, sniff. "Big brother Yuan, Lier can't see you ever again. Sorry, really sorry. Lier didn't do it on purpose." After the tantrum, Lier lay on the table, crying her heart out. Yi Yuan's heart quivered, practically about to shed tears. In his impression, Lier was good-natured and lovely, graceful and dignified. She would never be so irascible. But now, she knew that this departure would be eternal separation. That kind of hopeless feeling poured out from the depths of her heart. That was why she would become like this. Manya had a depressed look. These few days, he was suffering Yu Mengli's fury. Manya gave Yi Yuan a look. Yi Yuan got the meaning and moved a few steps forward, bowing as he said, "Lord Divine Daughter, this lowly one has good news to tell you." Yu Mengli suddenly exploded and roared angrily, "I don't want to hear any good news. You get lost for me. You ugly fellow, scram for me." Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes. The boundless rage suddenly became tranquility. Yi Yuan bowed his body, but a pair of eyes met with Yu Mengli's. One look was sufficient between him and Lier, although this abyss monster in front of her, from external form, looking at the aura, she completely did not recognize, but no idea why. This look immediately made her quieten down. Why did this look so familiar? Why did this look so alike Big Brother Yuan's? He was clearly an abyss monster, so why? Lier's entire person turned stiff there. Manya's gaze flickered. There was a chance. Yu Mengli's reaction was also quick, her pretty face turning cold as she said, "What good news, say?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "The human race that sighed sent people to come and find Divine Daughter." Yu Mengli's heart quivered and she said, "What happened to them?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What else can there be? They were naturally sent packing by Lord Mosius." Yu Mengli's brows furrowed, and she reproached, "You, this fellow, deliberately showing off in front of me, is it?" The moment Manya heard that things were going wrong, he hurriedly scolded, "You'd anything intentionally using this news to anger Divine Daughter?" But who knew that Yu Mengli waved her hand and said to Manya, "Forget it, you withdraw first." Since there's that side's news, I want to hear him say. Manya hurriedly answered and withdrew. As long as this ancestor stopped kicking up a row, all would be fine and right with the world. Leaving Yi Yuan behind to chat with her also seemed to be a pretty good choice. He was not scared of Yi Yuan bringing Yu Mingli and running away either. After all, the restrictions here were laid down from Lord Nine Origin. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse could forget about escape from here too. The moment Manya left, Yu Mingli's gaze looked at Yi Yuan somewhat blurry as she said, "The look in your eyes is very similar to an old friend of mine." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, chaos world power quietly releasing, wrapping him and Lier up inside. Chapter 2191 Escape. Chapter 2191 Escape. The black fur subsided. His divine essence quietly changed. Inside the chaos world, Yi Yuan recovered his original looks. When Lier saw this magical scene, her beautiful body shuddered, with her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since being captured, Yu Mengli had been living in despair and fear every day. Fear toward the future, fear toward the unknown. She knew that she could not see Yi Yuan anymore. But in the midst of this despair, Yi Yuan actually broke through the layers of blockades and shackles, and then he arrived in front of her. Her shock could be imagined. Surprise, worry, longing, countless emotions interweaved in Yu Mingli's heart. Big brother Yuan, I'm not dreaming, right? Yu Mingli's eyes were blurred by tears, as if she was in a dream. Yi Yuan walked forward and lightly hugged Lier as he said, "Of course it isn't a dream. Big brother Yuan came to fetch you home. I even thought that I won't ever see you anymore." Sniff, sniff, 10 years of despair being NATC, head from the jaws of death, the agitation in Yu Mingli's heart currently simply could not be controlled. Her state of mind was like grabbing onto a piece of driftwood before drowning. That sort of agitation was simply hard to put into words. How could Yi Yuan not know Yu Mingli's feelings? He did not speak either, just lightly hugging her like this as he said, "Cry. It will feel a little better after crying out." No idea how long Paes said either. The crying gradually stopped. Only then did Yu Mingli slowly lift her head. She looked at Yi Yuan as she said, "Big brother Yuan, Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away the tears and said with a light smile, "Silly girl, is there still a need to say this sort of words between you and me?" "There's no need to say anything. I understand. These 2,000 years of scrambling. Who did Yu Mingli do it for?" Of course it was for him, Yi Yuan. As for this kind of outcome, it was naturally not what Lier hoped for either. How could Yi Yuan blame it on her? One sentence. 2,000 years of grievances, all melted away. After feeling sad, Yu Mingli felt even more shocked. With her current second firmament Empyrean strength, she actually could not see through Yi Yuan's cultivation. "Big brother Yuan, is this your world? It seems to be different." Only at this time did Yu Mingli notice it. She saw the surrounding scenery and discovered that it was greatly different from ordinary small worlds. She was rather surprised. Just what kind of boundary had Yi Yuan reached at the moment? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, my world is called Chaos World. It's indeed different from ordinary small worlds. I'll tell you about this again in the future. We have to think of a way to get out of here first." Yu Mingli shook her head and said, "Big brother Yuan, I know that you're very impressive, but it's no use. This room's restrictions were laid down by the divine race's Nine Origin. His strength is unfathomable." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Just what kind of race is this divine race? Why would you become their divine daughter?" Yu Mingli said, "They said that the divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Hence, they call themselves as the divine race. The divine race has a spa, R.S.E. population, but each one is unbelievably powerful. As for me, I don't know either, but it might be related to my spirit and body fusing into one." When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help knitting tightly together. A race blessed by heaven. Such high-sounding sentiments. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they both did not dare to utter such big talk. Then why would this divine race get mixed up with the abyss monsters? Yi Yuan said, "Abyss monsters take pride in serving the divine race, and they obey the divine race absolutely. As for the relations, H-I plus P between them, I don't know." Yu Menli clearly did not know much either. But Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Abyss monsters were extremely strong. Far Serpa. S. Sing same rank humans. But such a proud race actually bowed their heads in submission toward the divine race. It could be seen that this divine race was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "The restrictions here are extremely powerful. Even S.P.A.C. is sealed. But as long as we leave this house, I have confidence in bringing you out." Lear revealed a difficult look as she said, "But they won't let me go out of this house at all." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Relax, leave it to me." Exiting the stone house and switching on the restrictions, Manya let out a long sigh in relief. "Hoo-hoo, Mosius, this brat that you brought is pretty good. If he can coax Divine Daughter, you will be considered to have rendered a major accomplishment. At that time, this emperor will transfer you to the divine capital." Manya looked at Mosius with a look of praise. These few days, Yu Menli's performance gave him a terrible headache. Today, he could finally heave a sigh in relief. He was naturally very satisfied with this kid who performed pretty well. Mosius said sincerely, "Sharing Lord Manya's burdens is Mosius' honor." Manya nodded slightly and said coolly, "These few days, Lord Nine Origin has been handling the matter of the two worlds pa as Sageway. I reckon that it's almost time. Once the two worlds pa s Sageway is secured, we'll be able to send Divine Daughter into the Abyss S.P.A.C. "Oh, right. What were you looking for me for?" Mosius said, "Subordinate came to report to Lord Manya that these few days there was another batch of human powerhouses who entered the Pa-S Sageway again. This batch of human powerhouses was very strong, but they were still beaten off by us. But this time this subordinate only had a Pyrrhic victory, the casualties being extremely heavy." Manya's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, "You this fellow, turns out that you're complaining to this emperor about being hard up. Relax. Later, I'll transfer some manpower from the other outer region commanders there to you." Mosius was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Manya." Manya chuckled and said, "Want to thank this kid that you brought. If he placates the Divine Daughter, what does this minor matter count for?" The Abyss monster race was quite unruly. Making them deal with women, it was simply even more torturous than going down to the 18th level of H.L. Manya. Yi Yuan's appearance today completely liberated him. So how could he not be happy? This way, he also did not have his former airs when talking to Mosius, and he was very cordial. No idea how long had Pa-S said either movements came from inside. "Lord Manya, Divine Daughter has already agreed to stay. She says that she has something to tell Lord Manya. Lord Manya, please come in." Inside the stone house, there was a restriction that transmitted one's voice outside. Yi Yuan's voice came from inside. The moment Manya heard, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly opening up the restrictions. The moment the stone door opened, Manya was about to enter the stone house. But right at this time, he suddenly discovered something amiss. There was no abyss monster in the house, but an additional human. Manya immediately felt that it was not good and was about to erupt. However, it was already too late. "Immobilize!" Yi Yuan bellowed, the vital energy in his body surging crazily. With this time freeze, he virtually used all of his strength. Instantaneously, the power of heavenly Tao restrained Manya. However, Manya was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He was far from what the current Yi Yuan could immobilize. Tao marks swam on his body. He was about to burst through the fetters of time freeze in a moment. However, Yi Yuan only needed this brief moment. When he opened his mouth, spatial law was already set in motion, bringing Li and teleporting outside of the stone house. Spatial node technique. Yi Yuan brought Li and Mosius, executing the spatial node technique, returning to Mosius territory in an instant. Chapter 2192. Come and fight. Chapter 2192. Come and fight. This series of actions was natural and smooth, being unbelievably fast. From executing the immobilizing art to teleporting out, to executing the spatial node technique, it was just the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan had long calculated everything. When Manya broke through the constraints, he would have already slipped away long ago. Manya was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. Although he was extremely strong, the constraints of time freeze on him were still a little useful. What Yi Yuan needed was just that instant. Returning to Mosius's territory, he displayed the greater teleportation art again. It was impossible for a heavenly emperor to catch up to him within a short time too. As long as they escaped outside of the Black Flame Cave, those abyss monsters would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Go. Upon landing, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly bringing the two people and executing greater teleportation. Although this Black Flame Cave was large, with Yi Yuan's current spatial law, teleporting out was merely the matter of a few breaths of time. Three people traversed through SPAC and could see the Black Flame Cave's entrance in several breaths of time. Seeing the blue sky outside of the Black Flame Cave, Lear's face revealed a look of wild elation. She did not think that she could actually return to the Heavenspan world. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, urging spatial law to the limit. He was not worried about Manya. Who he was worried about was that divine race powerhouse. He had never seen before divine race powerhouses and did not know how strong divine race powerhouses were. If there were any variables to his plan, it would likely lie on this divine race powerhouse. The entrance got closer bit by bit, but Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more ragged. 100,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The entrance was right before their eyes. Yi Yuan, three people could already see the angry Nether River outside. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying fist force tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Bang! The void trembled. Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art was actually directly broken. The three people fell. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his head. A figure was standing above the entrance area. Because of the lighting, it could not be seen distinctly. This figure stood with his hands behind his back. The gaze that looked down from a great height showed disdain upon the three people. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, only to see that the other party's figure was no different from ordinary humans. But the aura exuding off his body was actually quite similar to heavenly Tao, and on his body, one fine line after another entwined around. Tao mark. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression incomparably solemn. Powerful, a might that made people suffocate. This kind of might actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. Seeing this person, Lear's eyes revealed a look of despair. Nine Origin. This person was the divine race powerhouse Nine Origin. Divine daughter, follow Nine Origin back. The divine race is your home. Nine Origin said expressionlessly. Yu Mingli bit her lips lightly and shook her head and said, I'll never go back. Nine Origin sighed lightly, but turned to Yi Yuan and said, You're the Yi Yuan that the divine daughter spoke of? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, That's right. It's me. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, Entered the divine capital alone and brought divine daughter out under layers of experts. I've got to say, you're very outstanding. If I wasn't around, you'd likely really succeed. It's just too bad that you have to die. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yu Mengli's gaze, and she said, "If Big Brother Yuan dies, I won't drag out an ignorable existence either." Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Not killing him also works. You go back to the abyss with me." Yu Mengli said without the slightest hesitation, "Fine, I'll go with you guys." As she said, one powerful aura after another gathered over from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan, 3 people tightly. Manya rushed over first. Kneeling down in front of Nine Origin with a thud, he said in fear and trepidation, "Great sage Nine Origin, Manya deserves death." Nine Origin said coolly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Manya's entire body trembled, recounting the events previously in detail. When Nine Origin heard, his brows could not help furrowing. He was previously consolidating the spatial channel and felt the fluctuations in SPAC. That was why he would take action. If not, Yi Yuan would have long already brought Li and escaped at this time. Hence, he was also very enraged at the Manya who was guarding Yu Mengli. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such miraculous means to actually be able to bring Divine Daughter away with such a bizarre method. Even with 90 Origins hallowedness, he also could not help secretly feeling lucky at this time. Just a little bit, and Yi Yuan would have succeeded. "Uncle Nine Origin, what's going on?" At this time, a young man stepped on air and came over, arriving beside Nine Origin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This young man's aura was the same as 90 Origins, also of the divine race. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, "It's Xan? Xan. Someone wants to bring away the Divine Daughter. Luckily, this was stopped by me." Xian's eyes turned to Yuan, and he said with a frown, "It's this lowly human." Nine Origin nodded and said, "That's right." Xian had a look of disdain as he said, "Lowly humans all deserve to die. Blaspheming the Divine Daughter is even committing a crime upon crimes. Manya, why haven't you taken action?" Manya had a ferocious look on his face. He was incredibly furious with Yi Yuan. An exalted heavenly emperor was actually played by a human. Furthermore, it was even a human who was much lower realm than him. "Yes, Lord Divine Son." Manya kowtowed in reply and was about to make a move. Nine Origin shook his head and said, "Divine Daughter agreed to go with us, so let him leave. Divine Daughter, can you leave with us now?" Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, a look of reluctance to part. But she had no choice but to leave. If she did not go, with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no hope of walking out of this place at all. It was missing just this one final step. Yu Mengli smiled bitterly and painfully in her heart. "Big Brother Yuan, take care." Tears fell down the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. However, at that moment she turned around, a hand grabbed her. "Big Brother Yuan." Yu Mengli was taken aback. Yi Yuan smiled very radiantly, but it carried a hint of heroism and sorrow. He and Lier had their hearts linked up, so how could she not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Yeah, with Yi Yuan's personality, how could he possibly watch her leave and not do anything? Yi Yuan looked at Nine Origin and said with a cold smile, "So what if divine race? Today, I'm going to battle this divine race. Want to bring Lier away, Ken. Step over my dead body. How can I, Yi Yuan, stand behind my woman and wag my tail pitifully?" 90 Origin's gaze flickered slightly and did not speak. Xian's mouth curled and he said contemptuously, "You've got some backbone, but what right does a weakling like you have to say this? You are only fit to stand behind women and wag your tail pitifully. This divine son wants to see how tough your bones are." Done talking, Xian gave a look. Manya understood this signal. It was only to see him reach his hand out. He beckoned, and then several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters directly surrounded Yi Yuan, 3 people tightly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Lier, you go out first." Yu Mengli knew that this was probably Yi Yuan's fight with the least chance of victory to this day. Even when facing Kanua back then, Yi Yuan also had a glimmer of hope. But The person Yi Yuan was facing today was Nine Origin, a supreme powerhouse. Big brother Yuan Yu, you be careful. Forcefully enduring tears, Yu Mengli withdrew out of the battlefield. Yi Yuan released his aura and yelled coldly, "Come and fight!" Chapter 2193. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 2193. Kill, kill, kill. Come and fight. The 3 words being spat out of Yi Yuan's mouth were akin to evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, reverberating in the entire sundered boundary. The domineering aura made Yi Yuan look akin to AG, D of war. He was not to be profaned. Not a single person actually dared to step forward. Several hundred Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely an extremely terrifying force in the outside world. Such a lineup could practically take down the vast majority of great imperial capitals in the Heavenspan world already. But now they were intimidated by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan drew the bone sword and stood proudly among them, with the heroism and sorrow of a warrior who would never return again. He understood that this was just that first wave, but he did not care. Why should he, Yi Yuan, fear a battle? Xian's brows furrowed tightly, clearly very dissatisfied with these abyss monsters' performance. What are you all still waiting for? Want this divine son to personally take action? Xian yelled coldly. Only then did those abyss monsters seem to go crazy, charging over toward Yi Yuan. Several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters. There were even quite a number of 4th and 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters among them. What kind of terrifying force was this? Yi Yuan's bone sword drew a line, sword hollow etch suddenly attacking. With one exchange, 3 first and 2nd firmament Empyrean level abyss monsters died under the sword. But it was also this instant that Yi Yuan fell into the sea of monsters. All around him was surrounded fully by powerful attacks. It was just that these attacks were nothing to Yi Yuan. Under spatial law, he could easily avoid this degree of attack. Those he had to truly be careful about were 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters, because these existences could hurt him. Under such a chaotic battle, it was impossible for Yi Yuan's spatial law to completely avoid injuries. After all, the strength of 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters was too strong. Yi Yuan's sword swam like a wandering dragon, wandering among the horde, coming and leaving as it pleased. Places that it arrived at, it would reap the lives of those low-level abyss monsters mercilessly. True, a sword crossing the void. True sword hollow etch. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Yi Yuan executed one move after another, and he actually killed many of them until the monster horde was in a great FLUS. To Xian frowned, clearly being very dissatisfied with the performance of the abyss monsters. Humph. Truly a bunch of useless things. So many Empyreans actually can't do anything to a 2nd firmament Empyrean. Xian said with a cold snort, but Nine Origin was not like him. Instead, he said rather interestedly, "Xian, this punk isn't weak. Furthermore, this punk is odd." Xian said with disdain, "So what? In front of the divine race, the human race is merely an ant that will crumble at the first blow." Nine Origin shook his head and said, "This boy is greatly different. Did you notice it? He's completing battles after battles, absorbing the power of the tarnished black devil crystals." How sharp were Nine Origin's eyes! Although Yi Yuan did it covertly, he saw it clearly. With each abyss monster he killed, he would NATCH the tarnished black devil crystal over and secretly absorb its power. But at this time, Yi Yuan's speed of absorption was 10 times than normal. The current Yi Yuan could not care about whatever realm stability anymore. He had to rapidly increase his strength right now. He had to nurture his strength through constant battles, and he would then break through to the peak initial stage Chaos Realm in the midst of the process. Initial stage Chaos Realm did not have a bottleneck. As long as he kept on absorbing, he could increase his strength rapidly. At present, his realm was currently swiftly rising toward the peak Chaos Realm. Hence, even though the battle was fierce, Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine Essence did not reduce, but it increased instead, his strength skyrocketing. Xian's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "How can it be possible? Humans will explode and die from absorbing devilish energy." Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Ha! What's strange about this? Even though I don't know what cultivation method this boy is using, he can actually simulate the aura of abyss monsters and hoodwink everyone. It's sufficient to indicate his formidable aspect." Xian's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "How can it be possible? This sort of thing. Even our divine race can't accomplish it." Nine Origin smiled and said, "The man that can make Divine Daughter take a fancy to is bound to be extraordinary. Of course, he's naturally much worse compared to Divine Son." Only after hearing this did Xian's expression become much better. "That's of course. Our divine race is this world's strongest race to begin with. While each of our branches divine sons and daughters, they are all distinguished talents among peers. Absolutely powerful existences. How many cruel battles has this divine son experienced before I have today's position? Just based on him, a mere human, what qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath with this divine son?" Nine Origin smiled slightly, clearly very much in approval of this. He knew that for Xian to be able to have today's achievements, that was relying on absolute strength cruce, plussing his peers and standing proudly above all heroes. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this time, Nine Origin suddenly turned to Yu Mingli. Taking a step, he arrived in front of her. "Stop!" Yu Mingli shouted coldly. Nine Origin smiled and said, "Divine Daughter, Nine Origin has already promised to let him go. It was him who isn't willing. Can you go with me now?" Yu Mingli smiled coldly and said, "Don't you think about it. My divine essence has already spread throughout my entire body. As long as you move, I'll explode and die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Nine Origin's brows furrowed. He did not think that Divine Daughter was actually so decisive. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Forget it. Carry on watching then." At this time, the battle already entered a white-hot stage. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind, killing with each move, and already killed several dozen abyss monsters. His realm already closed in on peak initial stage Chaos Realm. But by the side, Manya was in a thunderous rage and let loose a torrent of abuse towards the subordinates below. "Are you all a bunch of pigs? So many Empyreans actually can't deal with a puny little human." He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouse existences could not touch Yi Yuan at all and were brought around in circles by Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan was like a sharp blade. Places that he said through, he would wantonly reap lives. Seeing that the situation was not good, Manya roared loudly, "All of you go down for this emperor! Kill this boy!" He was speaking to the dozen over sixth firmament Empyrean commanders, and right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. Finally, he reached peak initial stage Chaos Realm. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yi Yuan roared thrice, stepped onto the void, the spirit of the true dragon emerging. Heretic dragon dominating SPAC. The spirit of the true dragon trampling down. The sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, the void trembling. Below fifth firmament Empyrean, they were actually all smashed to death by this foot. One foot crushed more than 100 Empyrean abyss monsters to death. Sixth firmament Empyreans had yet to take the stage, and those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouses were already frightened until they retreated to one side. There was only Yi Yuan alone on the battlefield, being the last one standing. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Even those sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters who were just planning on going down, they were actually all cowed into not moving forward. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend Ji, oh, D, giving people a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. The arrogant and unyielding abyss monsters were also suppressed by Yi Yuan in aura, consecutively slaying several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters. Not only his imposing momentum did not diminish, it rose to another high instead. Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's word pointed at the firmament, and he glared furiously as he roared. A bunch of ants. To dare claim to be exalted, come again! Chapter 2194. Battling Divine Sun. Chapter 2194. Battling Divine Sun. This was a battle without hope, but Yi Yuan's arrogance made heaven and earth terrified. Even for a powerhouse like Nine Origin, the look of disdain on his face gradually faded away too. What replaced it was a hint of respect. Yi Yuan was not AG, OD. Under the attacks of several hundred Empyreans that spanned the sky, even if he was proficient in spatial law, he already sustained considerable injuries too. But this did not affect his Astonies. Plussing imposing momentum in the least bit. Kill for me. You fools! Do you want to anger this emperor to death? He's just one person. Only one person. Manya was enraged until he stomped his feet and roared at his subordinates. Those 5th and 6th Firmament Empyrean Devil Monster commanders also seemed to feel ashamed, all roaring and charging toward Yi Yuan. At this time, the Abyss Monster's numbers plummeted sharply, but it scaled new heights in terms of quality. Without a bunch of initial stage Empyreans dragging down, but gained a batch of even stronger 6th Firmament Empyreans. How daunting was this kind of strength? Several dozen black figures dashed over from all directions, virtually without dead angles. The powerful aura practically sealed off all of the SPAC, an attack without dead angles. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Xian's mouth. Dead. No matter how impressive his spatial law is, he'd definitely die without a doubt under this strike too. Xian said with a cold smile. He pondered about it. If he were Yi Yuan, under this kind of attack without the slightest blind spots, there would be no hope for survival. Immobilize. One word emerging. Time froze. Everything around came to a standstill. The several dozen incomparably berserk abyss monsters were instantly immobilized in midair. No matter how formidable his strength was, no matter how many the numbers, under Heavenly Tao True Word, it was to no avail too. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even Ninety Origin's pupils also shrunk, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for Manya to deceive him, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Tao, True Word, time freeze. This kind of thing, even he could not do it too. The Bleed Divine race could not do it too. This mere 3rd Firmament Empyrean human actually accomplished it? But at this moment, he finally understood why Yi Yuan could bring you Mungli and escape. Heretic dragon dominating SPAC. Yi Yuan shouted angrily, the divine dragon appearing once more. Upon trampling down, the 5th Firmament Empyreans were immediately pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood. Not a single one survived. 6th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters also scattered flying everywhere, all heavily injured. The combination of these two mighty dragon race innate divine abilities may be rated as invincible. If not for Yi Yuan's realm being too low, killing these abyss monsters would be no different from killing chickens too. But even so, this foot going down, 6th Firmament Empyreans sustained serious injuries. At this moment, everyone deeply felt Yi Yuan's might. Even though there were many powerhouses here, there were quite a number of late-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters, and also the Heavenly Emperor level Manya. There was even a supreme powerhouse like Nine Origin. But Yi Yuan, this 3rd Firmament Empyrean, still brought to them an indelible shock. Was it that abyss monsters were too weak? Of course not. It was just that Yi Yuan was too strong. However, Yi Yuan did not stop. Several dozen streaks of sword light instantly emerged, flying straight for those sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those abyss monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, without the strength to battle anymore. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. One exchange, several dozen fifth firmament Empyreans died, and sixth firmament Empyreans were seriously injured on the brink of death. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed toward them. The tarnished black devil crystals were all sucked over by him. With his cultivation method revolving, streams of black energy poured into Yi Yuan's body like smoke. How is this possible? How can a puny human be so powerful? Just what kind of existence in this human? Between this human and divine son, who do you guys think is stronger or weaker? These abyss monsters could not refrain from thinking like this, seemingly wanting to affirm what they were thinking. The tip of Yi Yuan's sword raised up, pointing at Exan as he called in a clear voice, "Divine race's divine son, is it? Don't you guys praise yourselves to be the race chosen by Ji? Oh, yes? Do you dare to battle or not?" Yi Yuan was covered in blood from head to toe, carrying the momentum of his initial victory. He was unrivaled and domineering, giving Xian an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xian's face fell, his gaze icy. A lowly human actually dared to provoke the mighty divine race, truly reckless and blind. Humph! Ant-like thing, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Xian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and was full of scorn as he said, "Is it no qualification? Or is it that you don't dare? Or is it that your might relies on these subordinates with profound cultivation realms?" His words were full of contempt and disdain. Xian's expression changed, his eyes spewing fire. 90 Origin's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, "Xian, this boy is worthy of you taking action." Xian frowned and said, "Uncle 9 Origin, I, Xian, growing until today, have experienced thousands of major and minor battles. I've never made a move against an opponent weaker than me before. This brat is only a third firmament Empyrean. What qualification does he have to have me take action?" 9 Origin said, "You've already witnessed his strength. You ask yourself, when at his realm, could you have done better than him?" Xian choked when he heard that. Clearly 90 Origin's words I see Ket his sore spot. Then he heard 9 Origin slowly saying, "Furthermore, I feel that this boy hasn't gone all out." Xian's face changed, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Even after using Heavenly Tao True Word, he still had not used his full strength? Xian's gaze flickered, and he said, "Fine. This divine son wants to see how much capability this brat has." Done talking, Xian's figure swayed and already arrived opposite of Yi Yuan. He looked at Yi Yuan using a gaze like looking at a dead person and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this is you seeking death yourself. Don't blame me. Bring forth your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Whether you can make me bring out all of my strength or not will have to depend on your ability." Xian laughed coldly. The aura on his entire body fluctuated, the SHI plus RT on his upper body directly blowing off. On the defined muscles, 8 blue patterns swam indeterminately on his body, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Yi Yuan's gaze shrunk, slightly revealing a look of surprise. "Lowly human, I'll let you understand how you die. What you humans cultivate is divine Tao, while what our divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. We don't need to comprehend Heavenly Emperor. As long as we inscribe Heavenly Tao on our bodies, we'll be able to mobilize Heavenly Tao. This divine son is currently at the middle stage 7 mark Heavenly Tao realm, which is also your middle stage Empyrean realm. With your strength, This divine son simply finds it beneath my dignity to take action. Xan had a proud look as he continued. Do you think that your heavenly Tao true word is very formidable? Ha ha! I'm not afraid to tell you this. Each punch that we throw out, that's a punch of heavenly Tao. What does heavenly Tao true word count for? Yi Yuan looked at Xian and said with a cold smile, really so much CRAP? Talking so much. Is it to show off your sense of superiority? Sense of superiority is beaten out using fists, not through words from your mouth. Xian's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, courting death. Swizz. H. Plus in a blink, Xian's figure disappeared. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Having no time to think, he directly slammed a punch out. Bang! A terrifying air billow rippled out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. Chapter 2195 Heavenly Tao Showdown. Chapter 2195 Heavenly Tao Showdown. Lord Divine Sun is mighty. Ant-like human, in front of Lord Divine Sun. You'll crumble at the first blow. Lord Divine Sun is well deserving of being the envoy of G. Oh, D, not to be blasphemed. The Abyss monsters were all incomparably excited, cheering joyfully. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously made each and every one of them somewhat doubt life. The divine race that they followed was the strongest race in this world. How could a mere ant-like human possibly be so strong? But now, Lord Divine Sun used unparalleled, formidable strength to prove the divine race's might. Of course, they subconsciously neglected that Yi Yuan had just experienced a great battle. He faced several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters by himself. Saw that? This is the might of the divine race. We are the race blessed by heaven. Xian looked down upon Yi Yuan from a great height, his gaze full of disdain. This formidable punch sent Yi Yuan's innards into an upheaval. Crawling to his feet with difficulty, Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood foam and he grinned. A little interesting. This is the divine race? Since that's the case, then you have a taste of my fist too. Your fist? Hoo-hoo, Xian smiled disdainfully. Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure swayed, arriving in front of Xian in an instant. A punch came out. Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. A punch similarly slammed out. Bang! Horrifying air billows spread out. Xian's body flew out akin to a cannonball, all the way until it imped into the mountain nearby before he stabilized his figure. All of the cheerings abruptly stopped. 90 Origin's pupils constricted, with a hint of solemnness flash. H.I. plussing across his eyes. From the start until now, his face finally revealed a solemn expression for the first time. It was only to see his gaze flicker. No idea what he was thinking about, either. One punch, returning a punch. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This punch did not cause much harm to him, but Yi Yuan's fist was odd. That punch, just now, seemed to be identical with his, similarly containing the lingering charm of heavenly Tao. But how was this possible? A human's ordinary punch actually contained heavenly Tao concept? In fact, this kind of heavenly Tao concept was even above his. It was as if Yi Yuan was the true heavenly Tao, while he was merely making use of heavenly Tao, that was all. When the fake met the real, the level was immediately established. How can you possibly mobilize the power of heavenly Tao? This isn't possible. Xian shouted angrily. This is my heavenly Tao, not your heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan grinned, saying something that was ambiguous. This was not the power of heaven-span worlds, heavenly Tao. This was the punch where Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one was also the energy source of his chaos world. In other words, this was his heavenly Tao. Xian's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Your heavenly Tao? Shameless boasting. I don't care about your whatever heavenly Tao. In front of power, everything is in vain." Done talking, Xian suddenly erupted. A punch of heavenly Tao flew over toward Yi Yuan's figure like a wild tempest. His movement technique traversed through the void, swift to the extreme. He was actually almost on par with Yi Yuan's spatial law. The two people came and went, traversing through the void, their speed swift to the extreme. Even those 7th and 8th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters actually could not see the two peoples fight clearly. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of the divine race's talent. Xian clearly did not understand spatial law, but he could borrow the power of heavenly Tao and complete SPC traversing. But even though Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao was weak, it was a complete heavenly Tao. The power of his essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one made up for the difference in realm. The two people were evenly matched. In a few breaths, the two people had clashed no idea how many punches. The two people, each punch had the might of heavenly Tao, fighting until the entire sundered boundary started trembling. The expression on 90 Origin's face became more and more solemn. Toward the end, killing intent even appeared. He did not think that this human who suddenly arrived actually had such formidable strength. Divine race matching up against the human race, they had never been defeated before in the same realm. They were the race blessed by heaven, naturally powerful. Their combat power was unparalleled under the heavens. The reason why humans were powerful was that their propagation ability was too strong, giving birth to countless experts, and not that they were individually powerful. But now, this human before his eyes actually fought to a draw with divine sun with an unstable cultivation realm of 3rd firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of being heavily injured. If this human grew up, he might become the greatest unforeseen accident to the divine race's grand plan. This boy must be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed above the void. Rumble. It was only to hear a loud bang. A figure fell down like a cannonball, being slammed underneath the ground. Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, akin to a fiend Od, standing proudly in the sky. All the way until just now, Yi Yuan was still holding back. He mobilized the power of divine steel, injecting spirit, and finally overpowered Xian a notch in terms of strength. Those abyss monsters, including a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Manya, all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. In the same rank, abyss monsters crushed humans. In the same rank, the divine beast crushed abyss monsters. Abyss monsters followed the divine beast, not only because they represented heavenly fiend Od, but because they were strong. But now, the existence that they viewed as undefeatable in their eyes was actually defeated? Freaking H. Oh, is this emperor's eyesight failing? Lord Divine Sun was actually defeated? Manya had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can the divine race possibly lose?" "A human actually Serpa," said the divine race. "How can this sort of ridiculous thing possibly happen?" Yi Yuan's combat strength completely subverted their understanding. The heaven-defying divine race actually lost to the lowly human race. This sort of thing, they found it hard to accept in terms of feelings. Bang! Right at this time, a figure rushed up to the sky from underground. Xian had a savage look, fire burning in his eyes, practically going to melt Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a lowly ant. This ant did not even have the qualifications to make him take action. But now, this lowly ant actually tramped the incomparably proud divine sun underfoot. Someone that you looked down on, that you viewed as an ant, a person that you viewed as dust, defeated you. What kind of sense of humiliation could be stronger than this? D-A-M-N human, To be able to force this divine sun to this step, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go to H-E-L-L. Xian's 2 eyes were blood red, the aura on his body surging to the sky. The blue Tao marks on his body turned into strands of fine thread, wrapping around him. An aura of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. It was as if Xian was heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth changed colors. The firmament trembled. This move is the strongest move that this divine sun comprehended after experiencing 3,000 over major and minor battles. To be able to die under this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Xian looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan looked at Xian, his eyes calm. He slowly took out the bone sword, essence, energy, and spirit. 3 kinds of power turned into 3 auras wandering around him. I, Yi Yuan, don't need to borrow the power of heavenly Tao. I, Yi Yuan, am heavenly Tao. Chapter 2196. Why would I fear a fight? Chapter 2196. Why would I fear a fight? Yi Yuan held the bone sword in his hand. Amidst the fierce winds, he walked over slowly under the pressure of heavenly Tao. No matter how the wind and rain howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. However, Yi Yuan's commotion was far from as powerful as Xian's. It looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Ignorant fool! How can heavenly Tao be what you can imagine? Firmament with one thought. Xian threw a punch out. It was as if heaven and earth fell down. Cruce. H-I, plusing the world. The power of this punch was powerful to the extreme. Under this punch, those abyss monsters actually trembled and knelt down. This is the true power of the divine race. Under this punch, everything will turn into nothingness. How can a mere human possibly understand it? Menya said agitatedly. Xian's punch made them find the confidence that they lost anew. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would definitely turn to ashes under this punch. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Yi Yuan's face was without any ripple like an ancient well. At this time his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak and fused into one. All of the power was poured entirely onto the bone sword. Chaos essence, one breath sword. Carrying the method to contract his strength, Yi Yuan's sword attacked fiercely. This was his pinnacle sword, the sword of great Tao. In front of this sword, what did the trace of heavenly Tao power that Xian borrowed count for? Bang! Bang! The void trembled. The terrifying power disappeared without a trace instantly. But Yi Yuan and Xian, 2 people, were completely unscathed. Because at this time a figure stood between the two. That person was precisely Nine Origin, just as the 2 people's Astonies. H-I, plusing strikes were about to collide. Nine Origin interjected domineeringly. With his formidable strength, he forcefully obliterated the 2 people's all-out attack completely. What's going on here? Lord Divine Sun was clearly about to kill that human right away. So why did Lord Nine Origin make a move? Yeah, why would Lord Nine Origin make a move to save a human? If not for Lord Nine Origin taking action, that human would have been dead for sure. The group of abyss monsters were full of puzzlement, not understanding why Nine Origin would cut in rudely at such a critical moment. Xian's pupils also shrunk, and he said with a frown, "Uncle Nine Origin, what have you done?" Nine Origin did not answer Xian, but he looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I admit defeat on Divine Sun's behalf." Xian's entire body trembled, and he said, "Uncle Nine Origin, what did you say? I lost?" Nine Origin's one sentence directly caused an uproar. Those abyss monsters were all incomparably shocked. All of them were thinking that Nine Origin was making a joke. Nine Origin nodded and said, "Just now, if I didn't make a move, you'll probably not be able to return to the abyss anymore." He fused essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths into one. It isn't 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 so simple. although your firmament with one thought is strong. Compared to this move of his, the disparity isn't small. Actually, Nine Origin already said it very tactfully in consideration of Exion's face. Not that the disparity was not small, but that it was too far apart. If he did not make a move, Exion would have died beyond a doubt. This kind of strength was not what disparity could describe anymore. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even the Yu Mengli who was watching the battle at one side also turned pale. For so many years, she desperately chased after Yi Yuan's footsteps. But in the end, Yi Yuan's was already powerful to such an extent. How could she not know the might of Divine Sun, that kind of heavenly Tao might? Even if a sixth firmament Empyrean human came, they might not be able to block it too. That was a truly Estones. Plussing strike. But someone as strong as Divine Sun was still not Yi Yuan's match. Impossible. I am the exalted divine races, Divine Sun. How can I lose to a lowly human? Uncle Nine Origin, you move aside. I'm going to fight him to the death. Exion roared at Nine Origin. As the divine race's Divine Sun, how proud was Exion. Not even fighting. How could he possibly believe that he lost to Yi Yuan? Although he knew that it was impossible for Nine Origin to bluff him, he was still not willing to believe. Even though Nine Origin making a move saved his life, it ruined his overflowing pride. This felt even worse than death to him. Nine Origin frowned and said, Divine Sun, the things shouldered on your body are too heavy. How can you act without due consideration? Our divine race has endured for hundreds of millions of years, only for the sake of recovering our former glory. Have you forgotten? Exion's entire body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching tightly, making his fist creak from clenching. I understand. Exion's words carried strong unwillingness. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, I didn't expect that there's actually a genius like you in the human race. Looks like I underestimated the human race too much. Your lowly race can propagate without limit. They can naturally also give birth to some peculiar existences. You're likely the most talented human in this epoch. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, So, are you going to kill me and extinguish the hope of the human race? Nine Origin shook his head and said, There's naturally no need to kill you. We need the power of the Divine Daughter. But I can suppress you forever. After we suppress the heaven-span world, you can still reunite with Divine Daughter. Yi Yuan's gaze was slightly cold. Sword pointing at Nine Origin, he said with a sneer, Is that so? I said it before. Want to bring Lear away? Step over my dead body. Nine Origin laughed in spite of himself and said, Forget that you're currently already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even at your peak, are you my match? You might not know my Aiden. 1. Tayet. I'm one of the divine race's 9 profound lineages elders. Calculating according to cultivation realm, I should be equivalent to your 8th firmament heavenly emperor. However, your 8th firmament heavenly emperor's a who? 9th firmament chuckled. Clearly, he was very disdainful of the strength of 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Yu Mengli's expression changed, her face revealing a look of despair. She originally did not know the division of Nine Origin's realm, but hearing him say so, she knew that Yi Yuan had no hope at all. Toward Nine Origin's pride, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. Thinking of Exion's strength, his realm was about equivalent to a 4th firmament Empyrean. But Exion's strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4th firmament Empyreans. The divine race was this strong. Yi Yuan's bone sword swung, walking over toward Nine Origin step by step. He said with a cold smile, Really have a lot of CRAP. So what if you're an 8th firmament heavenly emperor? So what if you're one of the profound lineage's 9 elders? Even if you're that Tao ancestor in the heavens, why should I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight? The moment these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. This fellow's pride was really greater than even heaven. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed. the imposing aura on his body gradually releasing. The horrifying power made everyone present feel suffocated. Even when separated from extremely far away, those abyss monsters were being pressured until they lay in a prostrating posture on the ground, unable to even move a muscle. Let alone the Yi Yuan in front of Nine Origin. Yi Yuan walked toward Nine Origin step by step. Each step that he took was extremely difficult. Just like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, he was unable to take a step further anymore. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, "Under my pressure, you can still keep standing. You're already very good. It's just a shame that Amen." Nine Origin's expression changed, his voice abruptly cutting off, because he discovered that Yi Yuan was advancing again. Yi Yuan's eyes became colder and colder. Countless blue lines poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Those were Tao marks. Chapter 2197. A Battle That Wagers Everything. Chapter 2197. A Battle That Wagers Everything. Yi Yuan's eyes already completely became a grayish-white color. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture, exuding an icy-cold aura from head to toe. Not that he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation method, but because his entire person became emotionless, while the distance between him and Nine Origin also became closer and closer. Nine Origin discovered to his surprise that his pressure was actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest anymore. Truly surprises me. A human Empyrean realm martial artist can actually mobilize Tao marks. Young man, you really made me view the human race in a different light. Nine Origin was not frightened and let out a praise instead. While surprise was surprise, he did not feel much danger from Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's realm, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to cause any harm to him. About this point, he could be certain of it. An eighth firmament, heavenly emperor being placed in the entire heaven-span world. It was also an absolute powerhouse, a paramount existence. They could look down on everything. Yi Yuan walked over step by step, all the way until he walked to 100 feet in front of Nine Origin before his figure halted. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Young man, very good to have the courage to stand before me. You're already stronger than the vast majority of the people in this world." What kind of powerful existence was Nine Origin? Being his opponent required courage. This was not making a joke, but that after the difference in strength reached a certain degree, an enormous pressure formed naturally. Forget about Yi Yuan, who was only a third firmament Empyrean, making a human third firmament Empyrean stand 100 feet in front of a ninth firmament Empyrean. He would probably be scared until he wet his pants too. Yi Yuan's feet stopped moving forward, and he opened his mouth and said coldly, "What will make you view in a different light is still at the back." A hint of strange smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Following that, the two figures disappeared into thin air just like that. Xian's pupils constricted. Immediately, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. To actually take Uncle Nine Origin into the small world. Truly a blind and reckless fool. Xian said with a cold smile. Those abyss monsters all burst into an uproar. This boy wouldn't have been scared silly, right? If Lord Nine Origin flicks a finger, his small world would probably shatter, right? A small world is the most fragile. Others are afraid of the opponent finding the small world. This guy actually still took the initiative to take Lord Nine Origin inside. If it was somebody else, then forget it, but that's Lord Nine Origin. Even Yu Mingli was very puzzled too, worry written all over her face. Small worlds were where the foundation of human martial artists lied. It was the source of their strength. At the same time, small worlds were also the most fragile place. Each human martial artist would guard the entrance to the small world tightly, fearful of the opponent barging in. If they were weak, it was still all right. Powerful existences could destroy the small world in an instant. Even if they were not strong, battling in a small world, the damage to the small world was also permanent. killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Just like back then, a bunch of Empyreans barged into Immortal Grove world. Even if they only slightly engaged in a battle, it caused indelible harm to the Immortal Grove world. If not for Yi Yuan overcoming the raging tides in the end, the Immortal Grove world would have long turned to ashes. Yi Yuan took an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Divine race member in with 3rd Firmament Empyrean boundary. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Nine Origin sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said with a light smile, "This is your final trump card? Your small world can't withstand my one strike at all. This trump card of yours makes me very disappointed." Nine Origin's thoughts were the same as the rest. Not only did this final trump card of Yi Yuan did not have the slightest effect, it appeared extremely foolish instead. Perhaps Yi Yuan was very confident in his small world. But what kind of person dared to let an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor in, let alone that he, Nine Origin, was not an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor? For him to be able to become one of the 9 Elders, the might of his strength was far stronger than even same rank divine race members. What did an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor count for? Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan, who had gray eyes, said those words coldly, his figure suddenly disappearing. A faint smile was still hanging on Nine Origin's face, indifferent toward Yi Yuan's action. But in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. What replaced it was incomparably seriousness. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. That was the power of great Tao. Tao Mark. No time to think too much. Nine Origin urged all of the great Tao power in his power and met with Yi Yuan's punch. Bang! The entire chaos world started trembling. Nine Origin was smashed, flying out backward, his divine sea experiencing an upheaval. Then he used an extremely shocked gaze to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. "What about now?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed, only then started sizing the chaos world up seriously. It was fine if he did not size it up, but when he did, his heart shook wildly. The chaos world was totally different from the worlds in his understanding. Incomparably thick aura of great Tao, incomparably thick chaos divine essence, plus Tao marks that filled the sky. Everything added up made him think that he was situated in the prehistoric heaven-span world. For ordinary human Empyreans, small worlds had long already formed and could accommodate living things, absorb the power of faith and nurture treasures. But Yi Yuan's small world seemed to have only just formed. Everything was still in the midst of inoculation. Although this world was still in the budding stage, the power of heavenly Tao contained inside was actually almost on par with him. This divine race 9th Elder. Yi Yuan could completely maneuver the power of heavenly Tao inside this world to face the enemy. Nine Origin stared hard at Yi Yuan and said in shock, "This place is your small world? How can a small world be like this? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Prepare to die." Nine Origin's pupils constricted when he heard that, and he said with a cold snort, "You're also looking down on my divine race too much. Your small world indeed exceeded my expectations, but it is still too weak. After this battle, your small world will collapse, and you will become a cripple." The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "So what?" While talking, he threw another punch out. Nine Origin met the attack. Each of the 2 people's punches carried an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. This battle was truly apocalyptic. Each time the 2 people's fists clashed, it would shake the chaos world until it was in an upheaval. Sea shattered, divine seas rolled. Actually, each of Nine Origin's attacks would cause irreversible harm to Yi Yuan, but he did not care at all. Bang, bang, bang. Time slowly trickled by. No idea how long had passed, said either Nine Origin, still did not come out. At this time, those abyss monsters finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Nine Origin is actually in a fierce battle with that boy? How can this be possible? A mere Empyrean realm's small world should not be able to withstand 1/10,000th of Lord Nine Origin's power at all. But what on earth are these two people doing in the small world? They wouldn't be chatting, right? Everyone's heart itched like a cat wanting to scratch its body. They really wanted to see the situation inside the Chaos World. But only Yi Yuan could open up the entrance of the Chaos World. If he did not open it, others could not go in at all. Chapter 2198. Pride of Heavenly Tao. Chapter 2198. Pride of Heavenly Tao. Bang! With a horrifying clash, the two people were each sent flying out. S.P.A.C. shattered, chaos roiled. Nine Origin had a head of disheveled hair. His body already stained full of bloodstains, and no longer had his elegance and naturalness at the beginning. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "You're mad! Keep on fighting like this. Your small world will be completely ruined." While that might be the case, Nine Origin was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Inside this small world, his strength was being suppressed endlessly, while Yi Yuan's strength was being magnified limitlessly. In the Chaos World, he could not mobilize any heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. What he could rely on was only his strength. He felt like he got on a lone island. There was not the slightest bit of help at all. While what Yi Yuan possessed was the entire world. The small worlds of humans were all heaven-span worlds, heavenly Tao. Normally, Nine Origin would not have a feeling of having his hands and feet bound up when inside them. But Yi Yuan's Chaos World was completely different from ordinary worlds. At this time, the Chaos World was already riddled full of holes, virtually on the verge of collapsing already. Yi Yuan's clothes were in rags from top to bottom, bloodstains all over, looking alarming at the sight. But his face was still cold, as if he could not feel the least bit of pain. In the Chaos World, he could indeed control everything, even control time and S.P.A.C. However, Nine Origin was too powerful. The Tao marks on his body were basically a sharp weapon that could shatter everything. From this point of view, the divine race was indeed a race that was favored by heaven. Even if he could only rely on himself, the disparity between Yi Yuan and him was still enormous. So what? Under heavenly Tao, all are ants, being unbridled in front of me. You deserve to die. The gray-eyed Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when speaking. In front of him, the powerful Nine Origin actually became an ant-like figure. Nine Origin's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're too condescending. Today, I'll let you take a look at the might of the divine race." All of a sudden, Nine Origin's aura erupted. The terrifying power made the entire Chaos World start to tremble. His whole body was swathed in Tao marks. An apocalyptic aura spread out. The aura of divine Sun Xan was not worth mentioning at all compared to Nine Origin. This is true power, unrivaled might. Even under the powerful suppression of the Chaos World, this powerful force still shows signs of bursting through the firmament. Divine race? In front of me, Yi Yuan, you all are merely a bunch of ants. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, both hands drawing a circle. A Tai Chi diagram condensed in front of him. Nine Origin's pupils shrunk, a pressure akin to beholding a great mountain hit from head-on. His heart shook wildly, secretly sighing in relief at how lucky he was. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. If Yi Yuan's cultivation realm could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, killing Nine Origin would be akin to killing a dog in this world. At this time, Nine Origin actually had some regretting that he was overly careless. If not for him underestimating the enemy too much, being brought into the Chaos World by Yi Yuan, he would also not be in such a difficult position. It was just that Who could have thought that a mere Empyrean realm actually had such a powerful small world? At this very moment, 90 origins' despise toward Yi Yuan had long already been swept clean. What replaced it was incomparably solemnness. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's move was, and also did not know whether he could block it or not. This strike would determine life and death. It was not up to him to think too much either. 9 origin practically used all of his strength. All the strength that he could muster in his body was completely poured into executing this move. Of course, he could also feel that Yi Yuan used all his strength to mobilize the entire world's power too. This was the clash between heavenly Tao and heavenly Tao, cleansing the world. Great Tao is unparalleled. Bang! 2 apocalyptic attacks instantly collided together. The horrifying energy undulation formed a terrifying black energy vortex, akin to a black hole. Exploding sounds were everywhere in the entire chaos world. It was as if it was the end of the world. The 2 people were directly drawn into the black hole, life and death being unknown. No idea how long had passed, said either. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire chaos world fell into dead silence. Already been 3 days and nights. Why hasn't Lord 9 Origin come out? Lord 9 Origin wouldn't really have become interested and is chatting with that kid, right? Got to say, that boy is still quite capable. Perhaps he can win Lord 90 Origin's recognition. In the sundered boundary, the abyss monsters were discussing animatedly, but Yu Mengli's fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Her fingernails were already sinking into her flesh, but she was still oblivious to this. 3 days and nights already passed, said in a twinkle. The 2 people still did not have movements inside Yi Yuan's small world. No one knew what was happening inside either, but the longer it got, the more worried Yu Mengli was of Yi Yuan's safety. His opponent was one of the most fearsome existences in this world. Xian's brows also furrowed tighter and tighter. Uncle 9 Origin would not really have gone in to chat with Yi Yuan, right? Saying such things, ghosts would not believe it too. But could the mere Empyrean realm Yi Yuan really battle with Uncle 9 Origin for 3 days and night? Xian felt that it was extremely preposterous. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even if an 8th firmament heavenly emperor was here, it was also impossible to last past half a day from under Uncle 90 Origin's hands. Could it be that Yi Yuan's small world really had some exceptional aspects? Yes, it must be like that. That punk used a trick and trapped Uncle 9 Origin in the small world. Rumble. Right at this time, the void trembled, a figure burst out. Everyone looked toward the arrival with sidelong glances. This person did not have an intact spot from head to toe, his entire person like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like water droplets. His aura was also extremely chaotic. He only had the strength of Empyrean realm. You Uncle 9 Origin? Xian shouted with uncertainty. It's me. The blood man used an extremely parched voice to answer, but his gaze was locked above the void firmly without even blinking. It was as if there was a primitive, fierce beast there. This blood-covered man was precisely 9 Origin. The current 9 Origin was actually forcefully beaten down a major realm. Xian opened his mouth wide and simply did not dare to believe his own eyes. Was this blood man before his eyes that was virtually about to die really his Uncle 9 Origin? Uncle 9 Origin was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. What kind of a Stonies? Plussing powerhouse was that? That was a powerhouse who made myriad worlds tremble. That was a powerhouse who made myriad races bow in wars. Hi+P. Now he actually became like this, while his opponent was merely just a 3rd firmament Empyrean. Xian even somewhat doubted life. Murmur. Below, all of the abyss monsters directly broke out into a commotion. They used extremely shocked eyes to look at 9 Origin, their gazes full of incredulity. How is this possible? What in the world happened inside that small world? That's Lord Nine Origin. Lord Nine Origin, who is ever victorious. Who can tell me what on earth happened? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lord Nine Origin is the G. Oh, D in my heart! How can he possibly be beaten until like this? The group of abyss monsters was doubting this. No one could have thought that a one-sided battle actually developed to this conclusion in the end. Chapter 2199. Wait for you to fetch me home. Chapter 2199. Wait for you to fetch me home. However, the fact was like that. The Lord Nine Origin, who was formidable like AG, D sustained serious injuries, his realm falling greatly. You, Uncle Nine Origin, what in the world happened? Why did you become like this? When Xian was talking, he felt somewhat parched. The shock that this scene brought to him was too strong. Ha ha ha! Uncle Nine Origin suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Worth it! Crippling this boy. No matter how heavy the injuries I sustain, it's also worth it. Xian, running into this boy here is our divine race's fortune. If we allow him to grow up, our divine race will likely suffer a disastrous calamity." Xian's pupils constricted, his eyes full of shock. Who Nine Origin was talking about was not an individual, but the entire divine race. For the divine race to dare come into being, they have naturally already readied themselves perfectly. But all these would change because of one person? Wasn't Nine Origin's appraisal of this boy too high? Suddenly his expression changed. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Nine Origin already became like this. Could this still not explain the issue? Nine Origin was one of the 9 profound lineage's elders. All who could sit in this position were people who had experienced many battles and crushed their peers. But such a powerful 9th elder was actually hurt so badly. How in the world did this Yi Yuan do it? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Xian also understood that Yi Yuan's talent was indeed a notch above his. But he never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree. Nine Origin, what did you do to Big Brother Yuan? Where is he? Yu Mengli glared at Nine Origin and said with a worried look. Nine Origin did not look at her, staring hard at a certain area in the void as he said in a cold voice, "Apologies, divine daughter. Your Tao spirit physique is indeed the strongest divine physique in this world. But today this boy must die." Yu Mengli's pretty face turned pale, all the blood fading away instantly. Nine Origin's meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan was currently not dead yet, but he had to die. Right at this moment, a figure fell out of the void. It was precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was no better than Nine Origin too. There was not an unscathed spot from top to bottom. Furthermore, he was already unconscious, his entire person falling powerlessly, the speed getting faster and faster. Swizz. H. Plus, virtually without thinking, Yu Mengli rushed over akin to an arrow that left the string. "Stop her!" Nine Origin yelled. Menya did not have the slightest hesitation, leaping up and directly stopping Yu Mengli. How powerful was Menya? Yu Mengli was directly restrained by him. At the same time, Nine Origin gathered all the strength in his body without the slightest hesitation. He then smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. "Big Brother Yuan!" Yu Mengli's scream reverberated throughout the sundered boundary. But Nine Origin did not hesitate in the slightest at all. This palm was a certain kill. At this very moment, there was already no one that could save Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! Die! Just as this palm was about to land on Yi Yuan's body, golden light suddenly radiated from Yi Yuan's body. Roar! A giant golden dragon leaped into the sky from Yi Yuan's body, letting out an Astonese H.I. plusing furious roar. This roar made the entire sundered boundary tremble. S.P.A.C. shuddered, one fine crack after another fissuring. These fissured fine cracks did not show signs of healing, but fissured larger and larger instead. An enormous dragon claw trampled down on Ninety Origin's head. Ninety Origin's expression changed wildly, but currently his move was already ending, and he did not have his power at this peak. It was already too late to want to run. Lord Nine Origin! At the critical moment, Manya roared madly, instantly diving beneath the dragon claw and knocking Nine Origin flying. Bang! The giant dragon trampled down, debris flying everywhere as P.A.C. collapsing. The powerful Manya turned to ashes under this foot and did not even emit a miserable scream. Nine Origin rolled several hundred times on the ground before stabilizing his figure. This change was too intense. Everyone did not react to it. Ninety Origin's blood-stained face was full of terror at this time. Just now, if not for Manya sacrificing himself and knocking him away, the one who died would be him. He never dreamed that in the end, Yi Yuan actually still had the spirit of a true dragon protecting him. Let alone did he imagine that he, one of the exalted, profound lineage's 9 elders, actually nearly died here. Ninety Origin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But toward Manya's death, his eyes did not reveal any sorrowful expression. In his eyes, abyss monsters were a bunch of slaves. Dying for him, that was Manya's honor. Suddenly he trembled all over, his entire person turning stiff there, not daring to even move. The giant golden dragon's pair of dragon eyes were currently looking down at him from a great height. For a moment, Ninety Origin's hair stood on end, not daring to even breathe. He was afraid that once he breathed, the giant golden dragon would give him another stomp. After one breath, the dragon tail circled around, protecting Yi Yuan in the middle, and flew out of the black flame cave with a whoosh. Ninety Origin's bottom plopped onto the ground, panting heavily for air, feeling the joy of having survived a disaster. Nine Origin secretly sighed in relief that luckily, this spirit of a true dragon only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, he would be doomed today. Rumble, the powerful spirit of the true dragon Pa-S, said through the black flame cave's entrance, making the originally already unstable cave entrance completely collapse. The black flame cave's entrance disappeared just like that. S.P.A.C. was shattering, caving in, fissures getting larger and larger. This sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. Yu Mengli wanted to escape, but it was already too late. However, being able to see Yi Yuan escape, she was already very comforted in her heart. Big brother Yuan, I'll live on well and wait for you to fetch me home, Yu Mengli said, smilingly with tears flowing. At this time, Nine Origin appeared beside Yu Mengli and said with a bad timing, his inner world already completely crumbled, fleshy body being heavily injured. His cultivation has already been wiped out in a day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll also be a cripple in the future. Divine daughter, you're my divine race's member from birth, this world's paramount existence. In the future, when we return to the heaven-span world anew and beat down the human, demon, and fiend races and descend upon the world like a sovereign, that will be your home to return to. Yu Mengli gave him a glance and smiled disdainfully. To others, their small world collapsing and cultivating being lost might mean that their life was over. But Yu Mengli firmly believed that Yi Yuan still had a day where he would rise up. No matter how arduous this path was, Yi Yuan would not give up too. If talking about who understood Yi Yuan best in this world, that was her, Yu Mengli. Of course. She was completely disdainful to explain to Nine Origin. Come on. At this time, Yu Mengli was no longer melodramatic. Instead, she walked toward the abyss calmly. Nine Origin was taken back. But since Yu Mengli was sensible, he naturally would not say anything either, slowly following after. Before leaving, he gave Xian a look. Xian understood and nodded. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force was sent out. Mosius was directly blasted into residue by Xian. Yu Mengli's pretty face turned cold, and she said in alarm and anger, "You!" Exan said coolly, living off people while secretly helping others, "He deserves to die." Done talking, Exan left with his hands behind his back. The remaining Abyss monster army also headed over toward the Abyss one after another. The sundered boundary crumbled apart continuously, fragmenting nonstop, finally turning into a horrifying spatial tempest. The spatial Pa-S, sageway that the divine race racked their brains to form, was smashed to pieces just like that. Everything returned to tranquility. Chapter 2200. Chopping Firewood. Chapter 2200. Chopping firewood, the wind howled and the water turned cold. The brave warriors will never return. The news about Yi Yuan Rus, H.I. plussing into Black Flame alone in order to rescue his beloved spread like wildfire. A monster like Yi Yuan naturally aroused the attention of the various major forces that entered the Black Flame cave. Hence, they inquired about Yi Yuan's origins one after another. There were no walls without a crack in this world. Yi Yuan had long already stated his ident. 1. Tie when he entered fallen Maple Bodhidharma. It naturally could not be hidden. Only at this time did everyone suddenly startle awake. It turned out that this was the second sage who gave rise to much discussion a few years ago. Beyond the shock, everyone was also endlessly sympathetic. Such an exceptional talent actually fell in the Black Flame cave, just like that. It was truly lamentable. The Black Flame cave completely collapsed. The cave entrance vanished. Sea recovered to how it was initially. The angry Nether River flowed without ceasing once more. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan most likely died inside. The only thing that was mysterious was that right as the Pa-S sageway collapsed, a streak of golden light flashed by and disappeared. In the beginning, there were also people who guessed whether or not this golden light would be related to Yi Yuan. But along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, no one saw Yi Yuan anymore. Everyone's doubts also gradually evaporated into thin air, because the second sage's maidservant was still in fallen Maple Bodhidharma. From then on, Yi Yuan never came to see Lu'er before. On Sunset Peak, Lu'er quietly cried as she said, "Young master, they all said that you died, but I don't believe it. Even if I walk to the ends of the world, I must find you too." In a blink, it was already 3 years. Over 100,000 miles away from Cloud River Country, there was a place called Jingning Mountain. The sun came up from the East Mountain, the setting sun by Pa-S, seeing the top of the mountain, illuminating a peaceful little village. Inside the village, there was smoke curling up from each of the kitchen chimneys there, indicating people getting up at sunrise. Those living in the village were a bunch of mortals. A robust young man said with displeasure, "Dumbo, go and chop all these firewood. Our Chin village doesn't raise idle people." Standing opposite him was a young man wearing COA, R.S.E. cloth, his face without any complexion. Dumbo did not say anything, turned around and came beside the firewood pile and started chopping firewood. Chop, chop, chop. One section after another of white oak lay beside Yi Yuan neatly, gradually stacking higher. The robust young man had an astonished look. Following that was gloominess all over his face. White oak burned easily, and the temperature was high. It was an excellent fuel to burn, but it was extremely tough. The strongest hunter in the village also needed 3 to 4 swings before they could split it. Chopping firewood was actually strenuous work. Ion making him chop firewood was actually intentionally making things difficult for him. But this fellow actually split them with 1 swing. Furthermore, the cuts were extremely smooth. It was as if they had been sanded out before. Strange. It was weird. This kid obviously looked like he was half dead, so how did he have so much strength? A girl ran over angrily and pulled Dumbo behind her, and shouted at the robust young man, "Ion, you're bullying Aining again." When the robust young man saw the situation, he immediately burned with jealousy. Axiu was the prettiest girl in Chin Village, while he was the Qin village's most promising hunter. He and Axiu were childhood friends, both being young and innocent. They were an innocent and pure pair in everyone's eyes. As they gradually grew up, Ayang secretly fell in love with Axiu and viewed her as his exclusive slice of meat. At the same time, he was also very hardworking, striving to become the most outstanding hunter in the villages around. It all seemed like success would come when the conditions were ripe. Until this Dumbo appeared, everything was turned upside down. Axiu and Grandpa picked Dumbo up by the brookside. When he was just brought back, Dumbo was covered in blood all over and was already no different from a dead man. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that he actually forcefully hung in there with one breath and did not die. Axiu was kind-hearted, taking the utmost care of Dumbo every day. Just 2 days ago, Dumbo could finally get down the bed and walk. But these 3 days, Axiu clearly drifted apart a lot from Ayang. It was naturally because of Dumbo. Jealousy burned. So Ayang liked to find trouble these few days. I didn't bully him. There are no men in the village loafing around. Since Dumbo is well, he naturally has to work, Ayang said. Axiu said, his body isn't fully recovered yet and is still very weak. He's not suited to work. Also, he only lost his memories and isn't a Dumbo. You're not allowed to call him Dumbo. The person aiming out of Axiu's mouth and the Dumbo out of Ayang's mouth was naturally Yi Yuan, who sustained serious injuries in the Black Flame battle. The current Yi Yuan did not remember anything. So Axiu's grandfather named Yi Yuan as Qinning. Hence, Axiu normally called Yi Yuan as Aining. But the current Yi Yuan's aura was feeble. His divine essence collapsed and dissipated, and he even lost his memories and was no different from a mortal. The battle with 9 origin, the two people's battle, produced an extremely terrifying energy vortex. 90 Origin's realm fell greatly, while Yi Yuan naturally sustained even heavier injuries. In that battle, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit virtually collapsed all round. There was still a thread away from death. Axiu turned around and pulled Aining as she said, "Aining, let's go!" But Yi Yuan did not leave and said with a smile, "What Ayang said is right. Since I'm a part of the village, I should do a little something for the village." These 3 years, Axiu and Grandpa, as well as everybody, took good care of me. That's how I could survive. I feel bad sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die like that. As he said, Yi Yuan walked back beside the firewood pile and continued chopping firewood. One swing, another swing. The incomparably heavy axe was akin to weightless in Yi Yuan's hand. Axiu also opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. This fellow clearly only got down from the bed for a few days. So how did he have so much strength? In merely less than an hour, that hill-sized firewood, all were chopped completely, and they were piled neatly together. Yi Yuan finished chopping the firewood, turned his head, and discovered the two people with their mouths wide open, looking at him. He could not help being perplexed as he said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you using this sort of eyes to look at me?" Ayang's face fell, and he said, "You, this fellow, wouldn't have pretended for 3 years, right? Right? You must have intentionally feigned death to get close to Axiu." Axiu shot him a fierce glare. When she and Grandpa saw Yi Yuan did not even have a breath, not an intact spot from head to toe. Could this sort of thing be faked? But she looked at Yi Yuan again and said, "This is white oak. Even if Uncle Lai was here, chopping these firewood entirely will also take an entire day's time. You finished chopping in an hour. Do you think we should be surprised or not?" Yi Yuan scratched his nose and said doubtfully, "Is that so? But I feel that it's very easy to chop. Just a light swing. I don't need to use much strength either, and it will split apart." The two people were speechless, using eyes like looking at a monster to look at him. How could they know that Yi Yuan's physical body was the perfect 7th transformation golden body? If at his prime, flick a finger and the entire Jingning Mountain would be leveled to the ground. Even if he was seriously deficient in vital energy, currently, Chopping firewood was still a piece of cake. At this time, there was suddenly noise and excitement at the entrance of the village. Aang's brows raised up, and he said with pleasant surprise, "Dad, they all came back." Dad must have hunted many fine beasts going out this time. "Axiu, let's hurry over and take a look." Axiu pulled Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Aining, let's go over and take a look too." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was dragged to the village entrance. Chapter 2201 Jade Heart Gra.S.S. Chapter 2201 Jade Heart Gra.S. Dad, Uncle Jin, you guys are back? Aion welcomed the hunting party with a proud look. His father, Chun Lai, the Qin village's patriarch, was a powerful hunter who was renowned far and wide. At this time, several powerful hunters returned. They were all carrying quite a number of games on them. It was naturally a fully loaded return again. "Haha, Yonger, the luck this time was pretty good. I hunted a snow jade roebuck," Chen Lai said with a big laugh. At this time, the villagers all gathered over, each and every one of them exclaiming with admiration, "Patriarch is really impressive. This snow jade roebuck's strength virtually reached the peak of mortal beasts. It's also just a step away from becoming a divine beast. Yet it was actually killed by you. With this, our Qin village can have enough to eat and wear for half a year. Following Patriarch Lai is truly our fortune." Everyone had praises for him. Toward Chun Lai, they expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. In the Heavenspan world, mortals living outside of counties might suffer the attack of fierce beasts at any time. An entire village being destroyed was also a common occurrence. But Chun village showed signs of moving toward prosperity under Patriarch Chun Lai's leaders. HI+P. At least, they did not need to live days where they hid themselves from place to place. Powerful strength was the foundation to live on. Axiu squeezed in front of the people. Her eyes lit up as she said with surprise, "Uncle Lai, you're really too impressive to actually even defeat a snow jade roebuck. In my view, you might be able to break through to achieve divine Dao someday. Don't you think so, Aining?" Yi Yuan had a vacant look and nodded along. Chun Lai patted Axiu's head and laughed as he said, "Silly lass, how can the divine Dao be so easy to achieve? I know my strength. Being able to reach the peak mortal realm is already the limit. However, I have high hopes of Yonger." By the side, Qin Jian also smiled and said, "Yes, Yonger's strength will be able to catch up to the few of us old fellows in a few years. He is our Qin village's future." Hearing the praises of the elders, Chen Yong's bashful flush carried a trace of smugness, giving Yi Yuan a glance that was somewhat demonstrating his strength. Yi Yuan had another blank look and was at a loss on what to do. Chen Lai directly threw the snow jade roebuck to his son and said heartily, "Cut off a bit more and deliver it to your Grandpa Yen. Aining, this snow jade roebuck is a great tonic. It's greatly beneficial to your injuries." Chun Yong's face turned black, immediately feeling annoyed, while Yi Yuan smiled humbly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lai." Everyone was very concerned about Yi Yuan in this village. Although he lost his memories, he was very grateful to everyone. "Oh, right, Uncle Yen. I found this when I entered the mountain this time." As he said, Chun Lai carefully took out a package from his bag. His actions were very careful, fearful of breaking the thing inside the bundle. Opening up the bundle, a surge of boundless spiritual energy spread out. Chun Yan's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Spirit medicine, divine rank spirit medicine, Jade Heart Gra.SS. Although it isn't fully matured yet, the spiritual energy inside has a 10% chance of letting you to break through to the deity realm." Chan Yan was an old man who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect in the clan. His status was even above Chun Lai's, because he was a mortal realm alchemist. Hence, the moment he saw this spirit medicine, he recognized it. The moment Chun Lai heard this, he was wild ecstatic and said with joy, "It's indeed the case. That Snow Jade Roebuck was guarding this thing and refused to leave no matter what. It was indeed for the sake of breaking through to achieve divine Tao. Chunyan nodded and said, "That's right. If this Snow Jade Roebuck swallowed the mature Jade Heart GRS, breaking through to deity realm would virtually be almost guaranteed. It's just too bad that this old man is incapable and can't refine the Jade Heart pill. Otherwise, you breaking through to the deity realm would virtually be something that's guaranteed. A shame, a shame." Chan Yan lamented and sighed, repeatedly saying that it was a shame. Clearly he found it a great pity. Jade Heart pill was a divine pill. To him, it was something that could be looked at but could not be touched. Not forming a pill and directly eating was only wasting the stock of divine medicine. But Chun Lai was indifferent and said with a smile, "Uncle Yen, you don't need to be like this. I plan on saving this Jade Heart GRS for Yonger. His talent is greater than mine. He'll definitely be able to break through to the deity realm when the time comes." But Chen Yen shook his head and said, "It's no use. By the time Yonger cultivates to peak mortal realm, the Jade Heart GRS spiritual energy will have more than half lost. At that time, it will also be no different from ordinary mortal-grade spirit medicines. Don't get any ideas about planting it either. The nurturing of divine rank spirit medicines is extremely nitty-gritty and profound. This old man doesn't have much assurance in being able to preserve its spiritual energy. Furthermore, Luo Sheng is going to come and collect taxes tomorrow. Do you think that he'll let this divine rank spirit medicine off?" With this, Chun Lai's expression became ugly. By the side, Qin Yang's expression also became very ugly. A deity realm powerhouse held a great significance to a village. As long as a deity realm powerhouse appeared in a village, their survival rate would greatly increase, and they also would not need to be afraid of the invasion of fierce beasts anymore. And this village would also become a powerful village in one stroke, dominating the lives and deaths of other villages. Luo Sheng that Chen Yen spoke of was a deity realm powerhouse. Therefore, the Luo village was also the strongest village in a radius of 10,000 miles. The other villages had to bow their heads in submission. There's only 10% chance. It's too wasteful. Chun Lai said gloomily. The others all fell silent, while Chen Yong had a look of self-reproach, secretly hating that his strength was not strong enough. Right at this time, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out. "Why don't I give it a try?" Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise. The one who spoke was precisely him. Chun Yong just happened to be in a bad mood. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, he completely erupted. "What has it got to do with you here? What are you, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have essence energy, want to try? This is a quasi-divine, rank spirit medicine. It's not for you to play around with." Chun Yong hollered at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wiped the spittle on his face and still had a blank face. Even he himself also did not know why he would say such a thing. The moment Axu heard, she was immediately indignant and put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you being fierce for?" Aining had good intentions too. Moreover, Grandpa said before, Aining must have been an important person in the past. How do you know that he can't do it? Chun Lai appeared, slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, "Aining, not that Uncle Lai doesn't trust you, but you don't even have essence energy." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Makes sense." But by the side, Qin Yan was absorbed in thought and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Aining, do you have the confidence of success?" The others all used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Chen Yan, not understanding what he meant. What methods could a cripple who did not even have essence energy have? Yi Yuan was taken aback and shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Chun Yan asked curiously, "Then why did you say so just now?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. It didn't go through my brain earlier, and I suddenly said it out loud." Chun Yan's face revealed a pondering look. Finally, his gaze turned intent, and he handed the jade heart GRAS to Yi Yuan and said, "Come to my pill refining room. Whatever you need, take it yourself." Chen Lai had not said anything yet when Qin Yong directly lugged the snow jade roebuck and jumped up, saying in shock and anger, "Grandpa Yen, this is a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine." Chapter 2202 Divine Grade? What is that? Chapter 2202 Divine Grade? What is that? Uncle Yen, isn't this too rash? Qin Lai also could not resist speaking up. As for the people in the village, each and every one of them revealed reluctant looks too. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of suspicion. After all, what right did a brat, who did not even have essence energy, have to test a divine rank spirit medicine? One had to know, to get divine rank spirit medicines on Jingning Mountain, one could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Letting a person who lost his memories and did not have essence energy fiddle with it, wasn't it messing around? Casually playing around, and the 10% chance would even be lost. Even Yi Yuan himself also said hesitantly, "Grandpa Yen, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate, right?" But Chen Yen waved his hand and said, "You go ahead and try. If it's really gone, this old man, I will shoulder it. Qin Lai, you have no objections, right?" Rubbis. Plus, of course, I have objections. But Uncle Yan's status in the village was exceedingly high. Not only was he his elder, he even saved many people in the village. Without him, the Chen village would have long failed to maintain itself. For him, Chen Lai, to have everything today, Uncle Yan also contributed great efforts. Chen Lai opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "Since Uncle Lai has decided, I naturally have no objections." Chen Yan said that it was a pill refining room, but actually it was just a thatched house. What a stock of quasi-divine, rank spirit medicines influenced was the hearts of the people in the entire village. If 10% hope placed on Chen Lai won the bet, that would be the village's future. But right now, letting a guy who did not even have essence energy play with it, how could they not worry? Upon entering the refining room, a familiar feeling hit him face on. Yi Yuan's entire spirit seemed to have become much better all of a sudden. Qin Yan had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Seeing the scene, he himself also felt inspired. He had the greatest seniority in this village and knew the most. For Yi Yuan to be able to be injured until like that and still not die, he was absolutely not a mortal realm martial artist like them. Yi Yuan being able to recover, his medicine actually did not have much effect. More of it was Yi Yuan's own recovery ability. Just now, Yi Yuan blurted out very naturally like it was instinctive. So he guessed that perhaps Yi Yuan was a powerful alchemy God in the past. Since Yi Yuan instinctively said that he could do it, then he might really have some way. Chen Yan knew that the methods of alchemy D powerhouses were inconceivable. It was completely not what a mortal realm alchemist like him could imagine. Everyone was standing outside the door. Yi Yuan went into the refining room alone, walked around, and stopped, gently stroking some spirit medicines as well as some utensils. Touching these things, Yi Yuan had an extremely familiar feeling. That sort of familiarity was just like his body's instinct. Yi Yuan felt that his blood was burning little by little. What a familiar feeling. Yi Yuan muttered. Everyone's gazes followed Yi Yuan's movements, not knowing what he wanted to do. It was just that he walked around and did not have the intention of taking action. Chun Yong snorted coldly and said unhappily, "He's just walking around like that. The sky is already dark. I also don't know what he wants to do. What can he do like this? Yeah, why do I feel like this kid isn't reliable at all, like he's pretending to be mysterious? Uncle Yen, don't be fooled by this boy. That's a quasi-divine, rank spirit medicine." Quite a number of villagers were very unhappy, grumbling toward Qin Yan. Chen Yan's brows furrowed, and he said with a low roar, "All shut up for this old man. Anybody else that dares to speak Get out for me." When everyone saw Chen Yan fly off the handle, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Chen Lai originally wanted to chime in a few words too, but seeing Chen Yan flared up, he could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan's idling took more than an hour. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and he took out a piece of low-grade divine essence stone from an exquisite box. Everyone's faces changed. This kid really knew what to take. In a place like the Chen village, a piece of low-grade divine essence stone was extremely precious. All of Chen Yan's hidden goods were also merely just 3 pieces. This was still him having saved for many years and expended no idea how many materials before exchanging for it. This kid was not courteous. Yi Yuan picked up the divine essence stone and pushed away the things on the table, revealing a large empty area. Then his pen moved like flying, using the divine essence stone, and started drawing on the table. Everyone had stunned faces. Only Chen Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Yuan was depicting an array formation. He could not understand this array formation at all, incomparably profound. This is absolutely not the standard that a 1-star alchemy G.O.D. can have. Chen Yan screamed in his heart. In merely a few breaths, Yi Yuan casually drew a design. Then he walked over to the medicine rack there swiftly and casually grabbed a few spirit medicines. He threw them into the array formation together with the Jade Heart GRA. This guy's eyes are actually shut. He's also too casual, right? Is there refining medicine like this? This is wasting spirit medicines, right? You see, there's indeed no reaction. The villages all revealed indignant looks because they discovered that Yi Yuan actually had his eyes shut throughout the whole process. Although they could not understand the array formation, Yi Yuan's attitude was also too casual, and the array formation that Yi Yuan drew indeed did not have any activities. What the hell? Do you all understand? Aining has already turned all of his abilities into instinct. He doesn't need to look at all, and he doesn't need to measure. All shut up for me and watch closely. Chen Yan suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone did not dare to say again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Murmur. The array formation suddenly lit up. A thick surge of spiritual energy poured into the refining room crazily. This array formation also had the effect of gathering spirit. Even Yi Yuan himself was also dumbfounded by this miraculous scene. He looked at his hands, a look of incredulity. This was done by him? After several breaths, the light faded. For medicinal pills lay on the table, quietly. Everyone's eyes became wide saucers, mouths opening widely, their faces full of shock. Especially Qin Yong, he was previously making quite a bit of disparaging remarks. At this time, Yi Yuan actually refined the medicinal pills, with a method that he had never heard of before. Used divine essence stone and casually drew a bit, and one could refine medicinal pills? This kind of method he had never thought of before, even in his dreams. Chen Yan's eyes shone with brilliant light. That look in his eyes wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. He trembled as he walked in front of the table. Carefully holding up a medicinal pill, he said agitatedly, That's right. It's the Jade Heart pill. Exactly the same as in the records. That spirit-gathering array formation just now forcefully raised the quasi-divine rank spirit medicine to a divine rank spirit medicine and refined the Jade Heart pill. No, wait, this isn't an ordinary Jade Heart pill. See, could this be a divine grade Jade Heart pill? What? Divine grade Jade Heart pill? How is this possible? My G.O.D. Divine grade Jade Heart pill. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Could it be that Aining is really a legendary alchemy G.O.D.? And nobody in the entire village had seen before an alchemy G.O.D., let alone talk about a divine pill. Even Chen Yan only noticed something off too and speculated. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, Divine grade Jade Heart pill? What's that? Chen Yin could not help choking when he heard that and almost dropped the medicinal pill onto the ground. The villages also almost collectively fell to the ground. This guy did not even know what was a divine-grade divine pill, and yet he refined 4 divine-grade divine pills in one go? Chapter 2203. I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. Chapter 2203. I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. A divine-grade jade heart pill is simply AG. Oh, like medicinal pill. As long as there's this one pill, your Uncle Lai will be able to 100% step into the deity realm that one even dreamed about. 4 divine-grade jade heart pills is equivalent to 4 divine rank powerhouses. Chen Yen had an agitated look, even reaching the point of fanaticism already. He was now incomparably certain that the Chen village picked up a treasure. Before something happened to Aining, he was absolutely a 2-star alchemy G. Oh, D. No, it was 3-star. Definitely a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D. As for the even stronger 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D that already Serpa. S. said the scope of Chen Yan's understanding. He did not even have the courage to think about it. Even if he racked his brains, he would also not be able to imagine what kind of powerful alchemy Supreme Lord was that. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said, "Looks like I'm not a good-for-nothing trash." Chen Yan laughed loudly and said, "Trash? This old man has never regarded you as Traz. Plus from that moment I saved you. I knew that you absolutely didn't belong in a shallow pond." By the side, Axiel looked at Yi Yuan, blinking her eyes and saying with a look of idolization, I said before, Aining is definitely not an ordinary person. The villages were still in the midst of shock. They were stunned silly by Chen Yan's for divine rank powerhouses. My G. Oh, D. For divine rank powerhouses. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Then wouldn't our Qin village become the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles? This Aining truly can't be judged by his appearance. I didn't expect that he's actually an alchemy G. Oh, D in hiding. At this time, how could the villagers still remember the mocking from before? The few words for divine rank powerhouses seemed to have magical power, making everyone change their tones immediately. A divine realm powerhouse was the realm that every hunter in the village yearned for. But to this day, a divine rank powerhouse had never appeared in the village before. To mortals, taking this step was far too difficult. It could not be realized throughout their entire lives too. But Yi Yuan casually drew with his hands and magicked out 4 divine rank powerhouses. How formidable was this? Chun Yong was incredibly embarrassed. S sat at one side, seeing Axios' besotted appearance. The vat of vinegar in his heart was instantly knocked over again. Humph! What's impressive about it? I can also cultivate to the deity realm by cultivating myself. He thought so in his heart, but his eyes still flitted towards the jade heart pills without putting up a fight. As for Chen Lai and Chen Jian, their eyes had never left the jade heart pills before. Their bodies even agitated until it was quivering. That was deity realm. Chan Yan was experienced with age in the end and was the first to recover from the shock. He coughed dryly twice and called everyone's souls back and slowly said, "Chen Lai, Chen Jian, the 2 of you each get a divine grade jade heart pill and immediately enter close seclusion. You must break through to the deity realm before tomorrow." "Yes, Uncle Yen." The 2 people were wildly ecstatic and carefully received the medicinal pill from Qin Yan's hands, and they left with large strides. Qin Yan carefully put away the 2 remaining jade heart pills and said to Qin Yong and Axiu, Axiu, "These 2 medicinal pills are saved for you. From today onwards, you have to cultivate diligently and reach the peak mortal realm as soon as possible." Ayang finally let out a sigh and said with cupped fists, "Yes, Grandpa Yen." When he said this, he could not resist secretly sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan and discovered that the other party was absorbed in thought, and he could not help secretly heaving a sigh in relief. Fortunately, this guy did not haggle over things. Otherwise, if he taunted a few words, His face would have nowhere to go, especially that it was in front of Axiu. "Grandpa, this isn't far." The medicinal pills were refined by Aining. "Why isn't one left for him?" Axiu said unhappily. Chan Yen smiled bitterly and said, "It is not that Grandpa is taking advantage of Aining, but even if this medicinal pill was consumed by him, it also won't have the least bit of use." Axiu was puzzled and asked, "This is a divine pill. How can that be possible?" Chun Yen said, Aining suffered heavy injuries. Spiritual energy can't be stored in his body at all. Even if he eats this spirit medicine, it will also be all in vain in the end. Axiu still wanted to say something, but he heard Yi Yuan smile and said, "Axiu, it was you and Grandpa Yen who saved me. You taking this medicinal pill is ought to be too. Perhaps I can refine even more incredible medicinal pills in the future?" The moment these words came out, Chun Yan's 2 eyes shone. Goodness, why didn't I think of this? After Chinlai and Chanjian broke through to the deity realm, getting divine rank spirit medicines would become much easier. At that time, thinking up to here, Chun Yen was virtually losing control of the feverishness in his heart. Maybe he had hopes of breaking through to the deity realm too. "Uncle Yen, things are bad." Luo Sheng brought the Luo village's people and came to collect taxes in advance. Everyone was currently immersed in their fantasy when someone suddenly came to report, shattering all the fantasies to pieces at once. No one thought that Luo Sheng actually came so quickly. Chen Lai and Chen Jian, 2 people, were definitely already in close seclusion right now and could not be interrupted. If Luo Sheng discovered that jade heart pills, the Qin village would likely face a catastrophic disaster. In this county area, there was no justice to talk about. Whoever's fist was larger, whoever was the law. Luo Sheng was the sole deity realm powerhouse in a radius of 10,000 miles. His words were the imperial edict. Furthermore, it was absolutely impossible for Luo Sheng to pass. Sively watched the Qin village grow. Chun Yan's face fell, and he said, "Everybody follow me. The matter of the jade heart pills absolutely can't be divulged. Each and every one of you put away your expressions and pretend like there's nothing. Once the slightest hint is divulged, everyone will have to die, understand?" Everyone's faces turned austere, nodding their heads one after another. Chan Yen chased the villagers out, found a hidden area, and put away the 2 jade heart pills before following out. Chen Yen led everyone out of the village. They saw a middle-aged man in brocade opposite of them had unparalleled martial prowess. A large contingent of troops was brought along behind him, the soldiers being strong, and the horses STU are dysprosium. Just the grand completion mortal realm powerhouses were more than 10 people. Chan Yen did not say a word and directly knelt down toward Luo Sheng, who was riding on a horse. Qin village's Qin Yen leads the villagers to offer greetings to divine being Lord Luo. With him kneeling, the rest knelt down one after another and called out, "Offering greetings to divine being Lord Luo." In the eyes of these mortal realms, deity realm was an invincible existence, being addressed respectfully as divine being. And in Luo Sheng's eyes, these villagers were all ants. Seeing him, they had to kneel down. Otherwise, it was death. Suddenly, Luo Sheng's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, who are you? Why didn't you kneel seeing this Ji? Oh, D." Chun Yen turned around and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there blankly with his brows furrowed, deep in thought, and could not help being scared out of his wits. How could this boy be dumb at the critical juncture? When Yi Yuan saw everyone kneel, his brows knitted together instinctively. No idea why. He did not want to kneel toward this person. At the thought of wanting to kneel, every pore on Yi Yuan's body was resisting. This was the pride that stemmed from his bones. Even if he lost his memories, he could not be wiped away too. A mere grotto profound. Only just entered divine Tao. What qualifications did he have to make the exalted second sage kneel? The exalted second sage, that was the figure standing at the very summit of this heaven-span world. Could he, Luo Sheng, accept a kneel from the second sage? Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought as he looked at Luo Sheng. Suddenly he said with a serious face, I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it. Chapter 2204. As easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 2204. As easy as blowing off dust. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Chunyan's head went buzzing and almost exploded. Why did this boy not know the proper way to act at this sort of time? As long as he endured until Chunlai, they all broke through. With two mighty deity realms here, would they still need to be afraid of Luo Sheng? Aining quickly kneel down. The prestige of divine being can't be affronted. Chunyan said with a low cry, but Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, Grandpa Yin, I've considered it very seriously. He really can't take it. Ha ha ha! Luo Sheng let out a loud laugh and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, A trash who doesn't even have essence energy actually says that this deity can't handle a kneel from you? If I insist on you making obeisance today. Yi Yuan thought about it and said again with a serious look, I won't do obeisance even if I die. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and said to the subordinate beside him, Go, make him kneel down. If he doesn't kneel, beat until he kneels. Chunyan's expression changed greatly and he wanted to get up, but then he heard Luo Sheng say in a solemn voice, No body is allowed to move. Anyone who moves dies. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to move? They did not understand why Yi Yuan would be so stubborn. Just making an obeisance, one would not die. That subordinate had a pleased look as he swaggered in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Axiu suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. She said with a stubborn look, You're not allowed to touch him. Pa! Everyone did not react to it, and Axiu was already struck, flying by the subordinate with one slap. Divine being said that whoever moves dies. Are you deaf? As he said, the subordinate pulled out the saber at his waist and chopped over toward Axiu without the slightest hesitation. Axiu! Chunyan's face changed wildly, but it was already too late to want to stop it. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too and pounced toward Axiu without thinking, using his body to protect her below him. Clank! This saber landed on Yi Yuan's body without the slightest hesitation and emitted the sound of metal class. Plussing. The faces of the villagers changed again and again. They first gave a cry of surprise, all thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But Yi Yuan did not die. The saber shattered. Yes, completely and utterly shattered. Ouch! My hand! The subordinate gave a painful cry. The saber that only had the hilt remaining fell to the ground, the webbing between his thumb and index finger being shocked until fresh blood spurted wildly. Everyone had stunned faces. The one who was hacked was fine, while the person hacking was badly mutilated. What happened? Could it be that Aining's body is as tough and strong as steel? This guy is really strange. Casually refining divine-grade divine pills and being impervious to swords and spears from head to toe. It turned out that even after losing one's memories, the person could still be so formidable. Only Chen Yang's gaze flickered, connecting it to Yi Yuan's ease when chopping firewood in his mind. Could it be that this guy was a body refinement martial artist in the past? Now, he somewhat believed Grandpa Yan's words. Yi Yuan's origins were likely really not simple. Luo Sheng's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, No wonder you're so Kentucky. It turns out that you're a body refinement martial artist. However, in front of the power of deity realm, everything is drifting clouds. It was only to see him leap up. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas billowed to the sky. The faces of the villagers all turned ashen pale, being stunned by this power. This was the power of deity realm. This kind of power crushed everything. Die. Luo Sheng arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a leap and planned on killing Yi Yuan with a palm. Facing this power, Yi Yuan's complexion also turned deathly pale. He wanted to avoid this palm, but once he dodged, Axiu would die without a doubt. Helpless, he could only forcefully withstand this palm. Bang! Thud! 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 Luo Sheng fell back several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. This palm landing, Yi Yuan was completely unscathed, while his own palm already could not lift up anymore. How could this guy's body be so tough? The villagers had blank faces, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Wasn't a deity realm an invincible existence? Why was it that when facing such a frail laning, he could not even harm a hair? Luo Sheng's face fell, and he turned angry from embarrassment and said, "Brat, consider yourself ruthless. However, I want to see how many people you can protect. Kill for me. Spare none." Luo Sheng's party was very strong, far from what the Qin village could compete with, let alone that there was even Luo Sheng, this deity realm powerhouse, around. A hint of viciousness flashed across Luo Sheng's eyes, and he said to Qin Yan in a cold voice, "Old thing, to dare defy this deity's orders, seeking death! Stop!" However, right at this moment, two powerful auras surged to the sky, arriving in front of everyone in an instant. Patriarch Aegean. When the villagers saw these two people, each and every one of them was inexplicably roused, while Chunyan had a look of astonishment on his face as he said in shock, How did you guys break through so fast?" Chen Lai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Upon swallowing the medicinal pill, my realm reached grand completion. Then I broke through to the grotto profound realm without the slightest obstacle, not needing the slightest effort at all." Chen Jian also had a look of wonder as he said, "Me too. Furthermore, this is still only the beginning. My realm is soaring crazily all the way, breaking through all the way to the late-stage grotto profound realm before stabilizing." Chen Lai nodded his head and said, "Me too. What's even scarier is that even though I broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm, my realm is incomparably STU, DY, without the slightest signs of instability." Chen Lai and Qin Jian's current realm was not the initial stage grotto profound realm, but it was the late stage grotto profound realm. When Luo Sheng saw these two people, his face immediately turned ashen, shock on his face. He was angered out of his mind by Yi Yuan just now and did not detect that these two people were not around for some time. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, Chen Lai and Qin Jian, these two people, actually directly broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm. Meanwhile, he was merely just at the initial stage grotto profound realm. Chen Lai, two people, could trample him to death with one foot. But at this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to him. Everyone cast shocked gazes toward Yi Yuan once more. Just what kind of medicinal pills did this guy refine? Even Qin Yan was also in a mess this time. He had never heard before that a divine-grade divine pill could let a mortal directly break through to late-stage grotto, profound realm. This sort of thing was simply fantastical. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already the limits of what he understood. As for whatever purple spirit, void spirit, with his status, he was unable to come into contact with them at all. Of course, if he came into contact with them, he would only be more shocked. How could he know that the Jade Heart pills, which Yi Yuan casually refined, already reached the peak of vast spirit, divine grade? Although Yi Yuan was still in a state of amnesia currently, his pill refining skills practically flooded every cell in his body. Refining a mere rank 1 divine pill was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, wasting his talents on a petty job. All right, talk about aiming matters afterward. We need to deal with the matter on hand first. Chen Yan adjusted his dry throat and said. Chen Lai nodded slightly and looked towards Luo Shen, his face full of killing intent. Thud! Luo Sheng directly knelt down without another word and wept. "T2 lords, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to spare my life. From today onward, the Luo village will follow the Qin village's lead." "Oh, right. This lowly one collected quite a few good stuff these few years. I'm willing to offer them up." Chan Lai's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Are there divine rank spirit medicines?" Luo Sheng repeatedly nodded and said, There are some." Chun Lai and Chan Jian exchanged a glance and smiled.